Thank you for tuning in to the Black Money Tree Podcast, hosted by entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist Jerome D. Love. We are committed to teaching you how to build wealth so that you can build your community. At the Black Money Tree, our goal is to empower wealth creation and create economic self-sufficiency in order to empower generations to come. Society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never enjoy. Season 1 is powered by Wells Fargo Bank. Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast.
Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast. My name is Jerome D. Love, and I'm your host. And I'm so excited about the Black Money Tree Wealth Development Strategy, where our goal is to help you build wealth so that you can build your community. You know, growing up, my dad always told me, son, I want you to have your education. And he promised me that if you would go get your education, that he was going to pay for it. So he worked his entire life, no vacations, no eating out, no fancy amenities, just so he could pay for me, my brother, and my sister to go to college. You see, he believed that college was the key to building wealth. Well, when you look at statistics, there's a huge wealth gap in the African American community. And a big part of that wealth gap is debt. And a large part of that debt for many African Americans is student loans. So today, we're going to have a discussion to answer the question, is a college education overrated when it comes to building wealth? And to facilitate this discussion, we have one of this nation's elite minds. Dr. Glenda Baskin Glover is a JD, CPA, and a PhD. And she is the president of Tennessee State University and the president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. So thank you, Dr. Glover, for joining us on the Black Money Tree Podcast.
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me.
All right. So now let's go through it. You have a lot of acronyms after your name. JD, CPA, PhD. Tell me, is that your, I'm going to say, in your pedigree? Was that the type of household? Were your parents PhDs? What gave you this voracious appetite for education?
So I grew up in a household where education was absolutely stressed. There was no choice of whether you would go to college. It was selecting the right college for you and the right HBCU. I guess I grew out of the education and social justice movement in my own home. I was with my father many times on the front lines of the civil rights movement. So he said, you get treated better when you know better, and when you're educated, you stress so much that what can happen if you're educated, properly educated. So I made sure that I would start with an undergraduate, and then with Tennessee State, I went to as an undergraduate, that instilled in me some principles to keep going. So you just keep climbing, and the higher you climb, the more successful the more success you would encounter. So that was the part I really enjoyed at TSU. That's the thing that it instilled in you about success and education. So starting at home, but it was solidified by my time at Tennessee State University.
So when we talk about education, of course, education can come in kind of two forms, if you will. A formal education, such as colleges, and then education in terms of skill sets and things of that nature. In our country, they're saying that there's a labor shortage, and many people are advocating more for jobs training. One of the things that I do is real estate and construction, and I can tell you now, there's a shortage of plumbers. I heard a statistic in the state of Texas that the average plumber is somewhere around 63 years old. I even told my son, you can go to college, but you can also work in the field. And I asked him if he wanted to become an electrician or a plumber. And he said an electrician because he was thinking of plumbers and toilets and things of that nature. So talk a little bit about that. There are a lot of people that will say skill sets are more in demand and then college. But what would you say?
Well, as a college president, I am a proponent of students attending college, even if college is not necessarily for everyone. Although I think I can take any student and make them a scholar. They still have to have some kind of college connection, whether it's a coding course, a continuing education course. Education should be for all African Americans. That is the way out. If it's not for everyone, then we can teach them what they should take advantage of. For example, let's use something current, the new infrastructure bill that talks about all the jobs and the infrastructure, and people are retiring electronic vehicles and electricians, and everything's going to be needed. It may not always involve a college degree. So you must have some vocational training. If you got 6 million jobs that are becoming open, and you go from 6 million jobs to like 20 million jobs in a matter of 8 to 10 years, we have to figure out how do we leverage the skill sets. Will colleges now start offering, start stressing certificate programs? Will colleges now start looking at vocational training? People pursuing 4-year degrees may not necessarily fulfill those jobs that are becoming available with this new infrastructure bill. So I'm just saying we're shifting the conversation to how will college help to fulfill these jobs that are coming up. So for the job market to jump like that, has to be opportunities for students, small businesses. You're talking about wealth development. So there's a lot that's going to happen over this next few years with this infrastructure bill.
Okay, I like that. So let me ask you another question. There's a book, it's called The Whiteness of Wealth by Dr. Dorothy Brown. I don't know if you've read it.
Of course,
but
yes.
She compares a college education to kind of buying a house. And she basically said that research suggests that if a neighborhood is 80% white, then the property values tend to hold, and then you have a greater appreciation. So she said that if African Americans want to have more equity, they have to move into predominantly white neighborhoods. But there's a trade-off. They're often racially profiled. They experience all kinds of duress, if you will. She also then talked about selective, predominantly white universities, and she kind of compared the two. Statistically speaking, African Americans will get a higher paying job if they go to a PWI, but they're going to experience many of the same racial prejudices by people who really just don't understand their culture. So she kind of said it's a trade-off. If you want to have the economics, sometimes you have to go the PWI route or live in a white neighborhood. What would you say to that?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, I like her writings. I think that she's just superb in her research. I just believe that the PWI institution, I think that was a dated thinking at one time that we all need to go to PWIs. Even when they were not letting us in, we had to find a way to get into a PWI. Well, the HBCU world is where I live, what I defend vehemently. Just like almost in every conversation about HBCUs, you start off defending who you are and why you are. We're the only institution in the world where you start off defending yourself and defending why you are alive and why you must continue. And so for the HBCUs to produce as many people as produce, the wealth that is created, the black middle class is created, there's no need to say you have to go to a white institution. There's no need whatsoever because HBCUs have it all. They produce some of the greatest minds this country would ever see, including the Vice President of this United States. So that tells me right there that the HBCU community is alive and well and prospering.
Now, do you, as the president of Tennessee State, has done some historic things when it comes to fundraising and really advocating for HBCUs. And I think I just heard a little bit about your passion for that because you know the impact that HBCUs can have. So talk a little bit about your passion for HBCUs and how you have been so successful in raising millions of dollars for your institution.
Well, as a college president, I see firsthand the need for funding in black colleges and universities. I see the dilapidated buildings, the poor infrastructure, the lack of programs, the student scholarship needs. We see it at HBCUs. And so that's where the need was. So when I built my team in Alpha Kappa Alpha, and we said, let's do $1 million a day. Let's raise $1 million in one day and give it to HBCUs. They said, what? So, well, that's my passion. But even before that, they said, we should do an awareness campaign of HBCUs. I said, awareness? Everybody's aware of HBCUs. We don't need awareness. We need money. So let's raise money and give it to HBCUs. We raised $1 million in one day for 3 consecutive years. In the 4th year, we doubled. We raised $2.3 million in one day. And it all went to HBCUs. So every HBCU for a year that's accredited, I think it's 99. Well, 99 in total. We had a few community colleges in there too. received an endowment check from Alpha Kappa Alpha on every campus now. There's an endowment from $50,000 to $100,000, so they can grow because endowments represent sustainability. That is my passion. It became my passion. I went to Tennessee State, and then worked in the corporate world, and then came back to Tennessee State, where Jackson State first, then to Tennessee State. So that's where I live. That's the passion that I have for HBCUs.
So let's transition a little bit to Alpha Kappa Alpha and African American women. The Black Money Tree is about building wealth in Black communities because we believe that that's a critical component to us transforming the narrative within our community. We need to have the resources to change our own communities. When you look at African American women, depending upon the study, their average net worth is actually a negative value or typically on the bottom end of the spectrum compared to whites and even compared to African American males and others. What do you think it is that is lacking that has that statistic to hold relevant? And I know that the AKAs have an initiative on economic empowerment and education. So let's talk a little bit about that, and let's talk a little bit about what Alpha Kappa Alpha is doing to address this.
Well, let's start by saying the importance of building wealth among Black women, because Black women are the backbone of our democracy. I mean, we're the backbone when it comes to voting, the backbone when it comes to raising our children, and they may be seeing the dynamics in their households. Many single family households now where mothers run the house, they're providers. And so the opposite of that narrative is we have many African Americans with two-parent households. It's just that they don't get recorded. I'm an example. My children grew up in a two-parent home. I came from a two-parent home. It wasn't always, there were many challenges, but I grew up in a two-parent home. And so I don't want to lose that narrative and point to the picture of that national trend, because there are students and there are children growing up in two-parent homes, but we see the mothers struggling so much to make ends meet. I tell you, my mother could stretch $1 to the tithes, the offering, the grocery, the lunch to us. That dollar stretched so far. I just said, I had elastic sometimes. So, but that's what Black women have learned to do. And I think because we do it so well, we make it look easy.
Wow. No, that's good information. I know I was in my mom and dad were together, and they were very conservative. Like I said in the intro, their whole thing was, you're going to get an education. Mm-hmm. And, I am very happy with my education. I went to the University of Texas at Austin, but honestly, if I have to be truthful, I use very little of what I learned in the classroom in what I do day to day. I advocate for my kids to go to college, but I tell them to get an actual skill where they can get a job, as opposed to my parents just told me to go to college with no real direction. So talk a little bit about that. For a person considering going to college, what do you tell them? Is it important just to get a degree, or is it more important to get a specific skill set?
Well, going to college does not get you an education. We want students to be educated. You can go to college and even graduate and don't get the education. The focus has to be on, I'm here to keep focused, to know my mission in life. You start telling students, you would take students from, like I said, I came from a two-parent home, but it was a challenging home. We're not having money to make ends meet. But there are others who didn't come from a two-parent home. But we grab those students and we pour into them, let them know, listen, you can go as far as you choose to go. Don't let the limitations of the moment confine you. Yes, they have to go to college. They have to concentrate on college. And they can't let others deter them. I always use the example of Jesus, if I can go there for a moment. He knew his purpose in life. He came here to save the world. They called him crazy, even called him Beelzebub. But he kept straight on his mission. He knew his mission was, I'm here to save you and take you, so you will live right through eternity. So nothing stopped his mission. Oh, of course, he got mad in church one Sunday and beat a few people up. But other than that, in my profession, it's called assault and battery. Let that alone. But he kept true to his mission. And so I tell students, use that example. No matter what they may say about you, how crazy they may call you, You go forward what you know what God is destined for you to do. And that's what we try to pour into our students. They can know where they are at any point in time and not just be there because it's a college, but be there because you're going to receive something when you get there. You're going to take that and go into the global marketplace and be successful.
So now let's talk a little bit about the wealth gap. A big part of what the wealth gap that African Americans experience is a result of debt. And a large part of that debt tends to be student loans. A big part of that is just a lack of economics in our community. You can argue when you look at research suggests that a lot of colleges for non-African Americans is paid for from equity in home, grandparents, and things of that nature. So a lot of African Americans have more student debt, and that's contributing to the debt gap. What do you say to that? And does Tennessee State, and are you advocating for any policies that will help to alleviate that type of debt?
Yes, Tennessee State stresses the literacy, financial literacy. We have a lot of Black families there. So financial literacy is not stressed in our homes. Our families don't have the disposable income. So at TSU, we're changing that. We have a financial literacy program. The indebtedness we discuss with our students on day one. You have to borrow money sometimes. I'm not one of those presidents who talk about don't get a student loan, because sometimes that's your only way to college. If you live on the other side of the track, you don't talk about cashing in a CD at your breakfast table in your conversations. That's not our population. We don't have that wealth. You mentioned earlier about the wealth gap. Our wealth, the biggest thing on our financial statement is a house. And we don't have the investment in XYZ company of stock. We don't have that on our balance sheets, not in most Black families. So we take what we have. And so, yes, I think the debt situation has spiraled. But on the other part of that conversation is, if a student has to have borrowed money to go to college, let's just make sure we're there as administrators to assist them in borrowing the right amount. You're going to borrow money for a car or to wear the latest clothes and fashion. That's not what the student loan debt is all about. It's about you're getting a college education and you borrow precisely what you need and no more. So that's what we try to teach our students, that don't overdo it with the wealth, with the loans, because that will come back and haunt you. But if you have to borrow, let's try to get you a scholarship or grant, get somebody to come by and say, okay, I'll take care of these 5 students for you. But if all that fails, then if you have to get a loan, get the smallest amount possible that you need to tide you over this semester.
No, that's great advice. Great advice. Now let's talk as we close about you personally. You have 2 children, I believe. I believe the son is a PhD and the daughter is a lawyer. Is that correct, or is it vice versa?
That's it. That's it.
So clearly they're following in your footsteps. How does that make you feel as a parent, and what advice would you give to someone who didn't really have the pedigree but wants to have their children to become a doctor, a lawyer, a PhD? Mm-hmm. How does that make you feel, and what advice would you give?
Well, children watch their parents. They emulate their parents. Those values are instilled in them. They do the same things we're doing. The legacy of leadership, the legacy of determination, the legacy of getting it done is just hard work. If you really want me to just cut you off, never speak to me again, call me lucky. Because there's no such thing as luck in the Black world. We work hard. We get up in the morning. I get up at 4:45 every morning. Have my meditation, have to exercise a little, get on my treadmill. I'm on the phone and watching the news, MSNBC and CNN while I'm exercising on the treadmill. But you have to routine. And you have to start with that meditation and prayer. Because I said, Lord, I'm leading 2 organizations. I walk out that door, I'm going out in the world. I need you to go with me, guide me, help me make the right decisions, And they see their parents praying. They see their parents, working hard. And so I said, my daughter would say, I don't want to be a CPA. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be both of them. I said, then choose what you want to do. Let's help you stick on the track. My daughter went to Spelman. I would call every semester and fix her schedule for her. I was a business school dean at Jackson State University at the time. That was most annoying to her. It became a joke to her advisors. They would say, oh, it's Candace Bubba's mother again. And, but that's what I do for a living. If I can do it for other students, so I got her on the right track. And now she is enjoying herself, and she is so appreciative. My son was a little different, but because he was always a math major and got a PhD in math. And so I'm proud of them, but by the same token, they worked so hard. It wasn't like they just said, okay, my mother is Glenda Glover, I can do this. No, they had to work hard, get their homework, stay focused. The parable, the Jesus we have to talk about. That was our motto in the house. Stay focused, not to the right or the left. You know where you're headed. Don't anybody stop you. Keep it going. Just keep it moving. That's what we did in our household. My husband and I both would push that right through.
No, I love it. I love it. So I'll close out with one final question that's somewhat unrelated. You know, I'm an alpha, and I
I
went to the University of Texas at Austin. And I remember my aunt is an AKA. She's one of your silver stars.
all
And I
right.
remember when I pledged, I became an alpha, and I was so excited. I went to my aunt and I said, "Hey, Sora," and she just rolled her eyes at me because she went to Southern, and apparently, I guess Southern didn't consider the alphas their brothers, and she was like, "Oh, many have wanted to be associated with the illustrious legacy of Alpha Kappa Alpha." And man, she really hurt my feelings. So I wanted to say, "Hey, Sora," when you came in, but I didn't know if that was appropriate. So tell me, does your chapter consider us brothers? Oh, what is really the history of that?
Well, you know the history of our founder and your founder dating and getting married, and it was a beautiful love story. The founder, Ethel Hesman and George Lyle, just dated through college, and then when they got married, they kind of brought the two organizations together, and we just never separated. And so it just depends on where you are. You know, the AKs have a love for alphas. I'm married to an Omega, and my little one of my family members just been initiated to Kappa. So and then absolutely the Phi Beta Sigma and Iota, and we got cousins. So it's always a family. The Divine Nine has become so strong now and has gotten a lot of respect in the last few years because we know how to handle the situations at hand. We worked hard in the campaigns, like getting put out to vote. That was so important to make sure we had to get out the vote. So AKs and alphas, there'll always be that bond. But it extends beyond that, though. It extends to all the divine nines. She was just probably kidding with you when she said, "Don't call me Sora," because
Nah, she was serious. I never called her Sora since,
um,
but I never heard that story since. I didn't know that our founders dated,
yeah, they
but
did.
at least you can see I got my pink pockets
But I
square so I
love
can
it. I love
represent.
it.
Well, thank you so much, Sora. It's been wonderful having you
That's
on the
right.
Black Money Tree. We appreciate your nuggets of wisdom. We appreciate everything you're doing at Tennessee State and everything you're doing for the African American culture.
Thank you very much. I look forward to coming back again.
Yes, ma'am. What more can I say? One of the country's elite minds dropping gems on education versus skill sets. Education is critically important, and we strongly advocate for everyone, if possible, to go to college, but make sure you do it in a responsible manner. Manage your student loans, manage your student debt, and if not, there are a lot of trades and skill sets out there. But ultimately, understand that college is an investment. So if you're going to invest 4 years of your life and 30, 40, 50, $100,000, make sure it's going to yield the return that you desire. So that's our episode for today. Make sure you tune in to the blackmoneytree.com website. We have all kinds of products. We have the new book release, Closing the Wealth Gap. And if you're really serious about growing your wealth, building your business, get our Business Accelerator VIP package where you can get 4 of our premier books as well as access to our VIP Real Estate Masterclass. Thank you for joining us on the Black Money Tree Podcast. Welcome back to the Black Money Tree Marathon. Now, before we go on to the next episode, I know you're ready for it and it's been a lot of great information. I did want to mention a couple things. If you want to have lifetime access to all of these episodes, I want to encourage you to get our Business Accelerator VIP package. With this, you'll get lifetime access to all these episodes, and I'm going to throw in a few other bonuses. We'll give you 4 of my books here. So you have my leadership book. This will teach you all about influential leadership through a system that I call Love Them and Lead Them. So it will help you be a better leader for your team. My entrepreneurship book is a book that I often tell people is the book I wish that I would have had when I started in business. It's a guide to building your business. Very easy to read, and it's telling my story, and it will help you to build your business. We also have our business planning action guide. This action guide has all kinds of activities that will help you to build a profitable business plan. And lastly is the new release, Closing the Wealth Gap, How to Build Wealth in Black Communities by Investing in Real Estate. All of these assets alone would retail for over $80, $90. You can get this total package today for only a fraction of that. Click on the link and register for our Business Accelerator VIP package. And if you're interested in really growing your wealth and would like a one-on-one coaching call with me, click on the link, apply, and we will reach out if you accept it in our coaching program. Until then, enjoy the rest of the next episode.
Thank you for tuning in to the Black Money Tree Podcast, hosted by entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist, Jerome D. Love. We are committed to teaching you how to build wealth so that you can build your community. At the Black Money Tree, our goal is to empower wealth creation and create economic self-sufficiency in order to empower generations to come. Society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never enjoy. Season 1 is powered by Wells Fargo Bank. Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast.
Hello everybody, Sky Houston here for this episode, this special edition of the Black Money Tree. We're going to be having a conversation today with the CEO and founder of the Texas Black Expo with his newest project, the Black Money Tree. So hey, Jerome.
Hey, what's going on, Scott? Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm really excited to have you as part of the team.
Now, I'm excited to be on this side of the conversation. Jerome has his latest project, the Black Money Tree. So I'd love to get it started there, Jerome. Tell the viewers, what is the Black Money Tree?
Well, the Black Money Tree is a wealth development strategy, and it's designed to help individuals, particularly individuals within the Black community, to increase their net worth, to build their income. When you look at any of the negative disparities that face the Black community, whether it be high school dropout rates, prison populations, health disparities, there's one commonality, and that's money. Yeah. Some years ago, I think after Trayvon Martin or, all Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, we seeing all of these Black men and women being killed and seemingly no justice. And everybody goes to the internet and they make these posts and stuff like that. And certainly that's great to make your voice heard. It helps the powers that be to see the climate and what people are concerned about. But in the back of my mind, that's kind of like, is this really making a difference? And sometimes I feel like people feel like they've done something, but they really haven't. And at the core of all of these issues is money and economics. So it's been on my heart, and I just really wanted to help people in terms of building their wealth. A lot of people that I know that see what I do in terms of real estate and investing, they've asked me, Jerome, how do you do this? So I help other people, I've consulted other people, and several people have always asked me, when are you gonna write the book? You need to write the book. You need to do something. So I actually wrote the book about 4 years ago, but really didn't put it out because I didn't really know how I was gonna market it, how I was gonna brand it. It was really more a self-help book for really everyone. But then once I saw the response after George Floyd, and everyone once again was talking about the problem, but very few people was talking about the solution. So I say the climate is right. So I kind of rebranded it and made it specifically a book about closing the wealth gap and building wealth in the Black community. And thus we came up with the concept of the Black Money Tree, which is based upon a Greek proverb that says society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they should never enjoy.
I really like that, especially in today's climate. You know, I think recently it was 100 years, not celebrated, but we recognize 100 years since Black Wall Street existed, right? And I love the fact that you're taking the position now to reposition us as a community. So I also, just today on social media, read a quote from Tyler Perry that said, "Great men position for the future." So let me ask you this, going back a step, what are some things that you did in the past that put you in a position today to position us in the future?
Well, the biggest thing that I did was messed up a whole lot. I started my first business when I was 19. It was a clothing line. I really knew nothing about business. I was just excited. It was called Goo Gobs. I was doing all these trade shows, ended up losing a bunch of money there. Then I started the Texas Black Expo at the ripe age of 24. Right around 2004. First year we was $100,000 in the hole. Second year we broke even, so that means we were still $100,000 in the hole. Year 3 we made a little bit of money, so we were able to pay back our debt, and it wasn't until year 4 that actually we made a little money and I actually got paid. So I learned a lot through all of those experiences. I learned about money management. I learned about the need for passive income. And I realized that there were so many people out there that were just like me. So the two primary components that we focus on with the Black Money Tree is entrepreneurship and real estate investment. Because when you look at any of your multi-billionaires, billionaires, the foundation of what they're doing, somewhere in their portfolio is a substantial real estate investment. And most of them are entrepreneurs. Very people are getting to that billionaire status working for someone else. Yeah. You hit that glass ceiling. So I wanted to help people to be able to build their wealth. On the entrepreneurship side, I just know that there were a lot of things that I did that I could have done better and that I just did not know because I'd never been there. I didn't have really anyone training me, anyone mentoring me. So this was a way to help that community. And then once I started learning about real estate and investing, my goal was really to build a passive income, because one of the things you know about in entrepreneurship, your money sometimes, specifically when you're starting off, isn't as consistent as you would like it to be. So for me, I say I have to build a passive income that can help me during those downtimes, because when the money was funny, I was substitute teaching, I was delivering computers out in the hood to house. I was doing all kinds of little things that ultimately was taking me away from my business. And so I wanted to try to build wealth and create streams of income that could help me on my entrepreneurial journey, but it was also helping me to increase my net worth, and it was something that I knew that I could hand off to my children.
You made me think about a question, and what I really want to know is who can do this? Like, I heard you say it's built on entrepreneurship and wealth building, but who can actually do that? Who is this podcast for? Can anyone build wealth through real estate and entrepreneurship, or is it only for people who've been inclined that way already?
No, this is a system. I think there's a guy, his name is Dan Kennedy. He was a big marketing guru, and I studied him and done a lot of the marketing that you see that I put out is based upon his teachings. And one of the things that he taught was that most people market, and they market wrong because they're reading books that aren't relevant to them. So most of the books that we're reading is based upon how Nike built their brand and McDonald's and all these big companies. But Nike and McDonald's can do some things that Sky Houston, Jerome Love, LHS Realty cannot do. So they can get a $1 million ad at a Super Bowl commercial just for branding. You can't afford to brand. When you do your marketing, you need to make the phone ring immediately because you got bills to pay. You don't have a line of credit with the bank and things of that nature. I'm saying all that to say there are a lot of wealth development programs out there that teach people about real estate investing, entrepreneurship, and all this type of stuff. But I think it's taught from a perspective that's really above people's head. It's not fundamental, just foundational, easy to implement stuff. So I created this. I started from nothing. My mom was a teacher. My dad was an aircraft mechanic. I didn't have a trust fund. I didn't have anything when I started. I just had a determination and a drive. So this program is for anyone that's desiring to build wealth. I think they kind of fall into two categories that I like to say. You have a lot of folk that's very successful, drive Range Rovers, live a big house, lawyers, doctors, or whatever, but they're spending money as fast as it's coming in. And if they stop working, their income stops. Mm-hmm. So like my dad would always say, that one paycheck for the poorhouse. That was what my dad used to say. Then you have other people that maybe not a doctor, not a lawyer, so they don't look as glamorous. They don't have the big house, they don't have the Range Rovers, but they want to have that stuff. But they're your teachers. They're the ones that's making $50,000, $60,000 a year. But if you make $60,000 a year and you spend $60,000 a year, you are in the same position fundamentally as the doctor that makes $500,000 a year and spends $500,000. Yeah. Both of you have no net worth and you're broke. So it's to help those individuals that's on that hamster wheel of just working and hustling and trying to get ahead but never can seem to get there. It's a basic fundamental system to help you build wealth that centers around real estate investment and entrepreneurship.
Now, I want to know the real details on building my portfolio, getting into real estate. So are those some of the things that you'll drop in this podcast?
I mean, wealth building is very simple.
Oh, wait, the man says it's so simple.
It is. I mean, listen, my dad always told me this. He said, Jerome, the key to having money is to spend less than you make. That's simple. Now, what my dad, he gave me the foundation. So we have the Black Money Tree, the 3 M's to building wealth. Mm-hmm. The first M is to make it. Second is to manage it. And then you got to multiply it. Mm-hmm. So my dad instilled in me a strong work ethic. So he taught me how to make money and to work hard. He also taught me with that statement I just made, how to manage it. You got to manage it in such a way where you spend less than you make. But what he didn't tell me was how to multiply it. Yeah. My dad taught me just to save. But the problem with that is prices are going up every day. In 1980, I think a stamp was maybe 25 cents, somewhere around that range. So if you had $1, you could get 4 stamps. But today, a stamp is 50 cents, maybe 60 cents. So your dollar is worth 50% less than what it was, hypothetically speaking. It changes depending upon, but the point is, costs are going up, but the value of your money is not unless you invest it. And when you put money in real estate, particularly, that's what I'm more familiar with. Your money, I tell people every house that I have is a bank account. So if I buy a house for $20,000, I spend $30,000 to fix it up. That's $50,000 that's in a bank account that pays me $1,000 a month. So what bank account do you know if you put $50,000 in it is going to give you $1,000 a month or $12,000 a year? That's multiplying your money. That's making your money grow. So my money's still there, but my money has increased in value. So if I ever get in a tight and I need to sell the house, I can get my $50,000 back. But guess what? It's going to be worth more than 50 because that house is appreciating in value. But in the meantime, it's giving me an income that's allowing me to take care of my family.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like a shifting of mentality, or even like getting a mentor on the go. Like when people are going to be able to tune into this podcast, they're going to get these nuggets that maybe they didn't get growing up, or they're not even getting now. Even in adulthood, would you say this is for all ages?
Oh, it's for everyone. It's funny you mentioned the mentor. So what we did, a lot of people ask, why did we use a tree? Well, a tree symbolizes stability, strength. There's 6 parts to a tree. So we broke down each one. One of the parts of a tree is the limbs. The limbs reaches out, right? That's what a mentor does. He reaches out to that next generation. He helps them. The limbs provide the shade. Shade provides comfort, right? So with me and all the businesses that I've had mentors that's right over my shoulder that's helping me in real estate. When I started speaking, people that can say, no, that's not gonna work. And for me, the Black Money Tree is a way for me to reach out, to help, to mentor, to train, to provide comfort for folk while they're trying to invest. Because the reality is you don't have to recreate the wheel. You can do what other people have done, and our systems are not, it's going to take some hard work, because I did say it's simple. It is simple in general, but I don't believe in telling people you're going to make money in your sleep and you're going to make money zero down. Certainly that happens. There are people that have bought houses zero money down. Some people make money in their sleep and all that type of stuff, blah, 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 blah. But the reality is that's not systematic. It's not methodical. You don't have houses out there that you can get for zero down that's going to double in value like they'll tell you on HGTV and all that type of stuff. That stuff is not systematic. Every now and again, I've had situations where I've had people in a desperate situation and they say, I just don't want the house anymore. And they pretty much gave me the house. I paid just, pay off the mortgage, fix it up, and I made $20,000, $30,000. I've done that before. But that's not something systematic. It's not something strategic. You can't go into MLS and put people that's desperate and giving their houses away. You can't search that criteria. It's just you get lucky. And the thing you'll find is once you kind of get in it and start working it, the lucky deals become more frequent. But if you're looking for a lucky deal, it just doesn't tend to manifest.
I think what I'm hearing and what I like is that this isn't just for realtors or people who are already in real estate. Anyone can be able to tune into the Black Money Tree podcast and get your personal principles and experiences, and I really like that. But say if someone is tuning in and they have a different style of how they receive information, are you going to be pulling from other people, or give us an idea of what we can look forward to on the podcast?
I'm really excited. Season 1 is shaping up very well. We have Eden Bridgman Skellner. Her dad is Junior Bridgman. Many people may not know that name. He's the 4th wealthiest NBA player of all time, next to Magic, Jordan, and LeBron. He owned, I think, close to 400 Chili's, Wendy's, and they now just bought Ebony magazine. So she's going to be talking to us about a lot of the things her dad taught her and just generational wealth in general. We have Ron DeVoe. Most people know Belle Biv DeVoe, New Edition, but he also has a real estate company in Atlanta now. So he's going to be sharing with us some of the stories of how he grew to build wealth, what he did when he first got money, and what he wished he would have known then, and how he makes money and teaches people to make money and building their wealth through real estate. We got Rashawn McDonald. I mean, we have so many folk that's going to be here. Some that may not have as much of a notable name, but I guarantee you they're doing some powerful things. If we bring them on the Black Money Tree, they have some powerful nuggets that's going to help the people build their wealth.
I love it. I love it. Money doesn't grow on trees. I know I've heard that growing up forever. You may have heard that, but what is your perspective on that? Does money grow on trees?
I think money does grow on trees. And at the Black Money Tree, we're going to teach people how to strategically plant seeds, plant trees that will allow their money to grow exponentially.
All right. Well, you guys stay locked. We're going to talk a little bit more about what you can expect with the Black Money Tree podcast.
What is it that you really want? You see, me, I wanted a house. It took me about 20 years of sacrifice and hustling, but I finally got it. What is it that you want? You see, in order to get your goals, you got to be determined. What is it that you want, and what are you willing to go through in order to get there? That's a real question, and only you can answer that. If you've decided and you're determined that wealth and creating a lifestyle for you and your family is what you want, at the Black Money Tree, we're going to give you some tools to get you there.
Okay, Jerome, so you've been giving me some nuggets and things that we can look forward to with the Black Money Tree podcast. And I know you have to have some principles and things that really punch home what the Black Money Tree is about. So let me know, what are some of the principles you guys stand on?
Well, the Black Money Tree has, like I say, there are 2 primary focuses of the Black Money Tree: entrepreneurship and real estate investment. Now, our core values, if you will, that kind of fuse that, and it's kind of principles of wealth building in general and in entrepreneurship and real estate investing, there are 5 Ds. So the first one is discipline. If you're going to be a success in anything, you have to be disciplined. You have to come up with a plan and you got to stick to it. Then, of course,
there has to be a certain level of delayed gratification. We're in a society that's consumer driven, that we want everything now. We got credit cards, so we can get stuff before we even have the money to pay for it. And many times that puts us in a hole. But we have to be disciplined enough to understand that I can't have everything I want right now. I may have to wait later. And you also got to be strategic. You got to have a plan for how you're going to get the things that you want. A lot of times we get all of this stuff, and for us now we're a success because we have the stuff. But the stuff is not a sign of success or a symbol of success. It's a reward of success. When you hit certain financial benchmarks, get yourself a new car, get yourself a new suit, whatever it is, and then that will kind of create momentum. Okay. If you say, okay, when I hit this financial benchmark, I'm getting a Range Rover. Once you hit that benchmark, now you reward yourself. Now you want to hit the next benchmark. The other three principles is determination. You have to be determined in life, business, whatever. Like I talked about my son, he plays basketball and he wants to make the team. So I have him running. I have him doing drills. He doesn't necessarily see exactly why he's doing it, but he's determined to make that team. So he's sticking through with the process. Then it's development. You got to be committed to developing yourself. Stuff changes. The world we live in changes. 10, 15 years ago, there was no such thing as Facebook or Instagram. So you got to educate yourself, read yourself, understand the latest trends of what's going on to develop your mind, to educate yourself so that you can be able to build more wealth. And then lastly is directed efforts. There has to be a reason why you're doing what you're doing. And in my motivational talks, I break down the word motivation. The root of the word motivation is motive, and motive is defined as a compelling reason to act. A compelling reason to act. And reason why many people stop their actions, they can't define why they're doing it. When you can't define why you're doing what you're doing, eventually you're going to stop. Yeah. So that's the fuel for the Black Money Tree. It's to see the Black community to prosper, to see the Black community thrive. It's to see our Black men no longer being shot down in the street. It's to see us not suffering disproportionately from health issues, not being on the lower end of the totem pole in so many areas. And all of that starts and ends with money, wealth, the power to change and choose your own destiny. And that's what comes with money. And that's what we're committed to with the Black Money Tree.
So Jerome, just a quick question about if this doesn't happen, say if we do not do the Black Money Tree podcast, what will we be missing out on, or why is it important to have this platform?
Well, like I say, I think that from what I've seen, there's a lot of wealth development programs and strategies out there. Some of them are very good, some of them aren't. And I think that if we didn't do the Black Money Tree, that a lot of people out there that have the potential to be very wealthy, that have the potential to make a huge difference in the community, will not be able to live up to and manifest their destiny. Maslow talks about actualization. You know, I love that, man, because that's really the essence of the Black Money Tree. There are 5 levels before you actualize, i.e. living your purpose and destiny. And then ultimately, I believe, I haven't had sociology or psychology in a while, but I think it starts with your physiological needs. Then it's your safety and belonging needs. Then you have your sociological needs. And they kind of build on one another. So if you're not physically safe, you really don't care about having friends. But if you're physically safe, you feel secure, then you want to have a network. You want to have friends. And they kind of build. And then once you're physically safe, you have your social network. Now you're able to actualize. You can kind of think at another level. You're able to give back and do things within the community. And that's what we want to do with the Black Money Tree. When you look at, once again, any of the negative statistics, they tell you in the airplane, before you help your child, if the plane goes down, put on your mask first. You can't help anyone else if you can't help yourself. I remember when I started the Black Expo, good friend of mine, he's my mentor. He helped me in real estate, and he also helped me in Black Expo. Older guy, he was around the whole time. I told you we were $100,000 in the hole with Black Expo. He could see it coming before I did. And I never forget, he came to me about a month before the expo. He's like, Jerome, you good? You need anything? And you know, I'm just believing stuff is gonna happen. Yeah, I'm good. I got it. Then a couple weeks later, Jerome, you good? You need anything? And I said, yeah, I think I'm good. And then he came to me a week later, Jerome, you sure you good? And I said, well, you know, it's getting a little tight right now. I think we might need a little money. He said, how much you need? You know, I say, well, I could probably use $10,000 to help us make it through the weekend. This is a true story. Get one of my mentors, not flashy, no one would have ever thought he had any money. He looked like, some people say he looked like a homeless man, you know, because he worked on houses. So he got holes in his shirt, paint stains here. He reached in his sock, pulled out $10,000 and gave it to me.
In his sock?
In his sock, you know. But bottom line is, he was able to help me. He was able to mentor me. But why was he able to help me? Because he had helped himself. He had his own portfolio of houses. He was good, and now he's looking out to try to help someone else. And far too many times, we have a lot of people out there in the community, the black community. They have good hearts. They want to help other people. They want to help their children. They want to help other people within their community. But if they're struggling to survive themselves, how can they help someone else? But because he was already good, now he was able to help me. And that's really, you know, since I've kind of gotten myself established with my real estate, I'm really trying to help as many people as I can to grow and build their wealth, because that's the foundation of building a strong black community, is to have people that are in a position that can take care of themselves, and then they can help someone else.
I love it. The Black Money Tree, helping myself first so that I can then help others. Well, this is your mentorship on the go. Take us wherever you are. Like he said, download the Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Go follow so you don't miss a moment with the Black Money Tree podcast. Thank you again, Mr. Jerome D. Love.
it ends.
Welcome back to the Black Money Tree Marathon. Now, before we go on to the next episode, I know you're ready for it and it's been a lot of great information. I did want to mention a couple things. If you want to have lifetime access to all of these episodes, I want to encourage you to get our Business Accelerator VIP package. With this, you'll get lifetime access to all these episodes, and I'm going to throw in a few other bonuses. We'll give you 4 of my books here. So you have my leadership book. This will teach you all about influential leadership through a system that I call Love Them and Lead Them. So it will help you be a better leader for your team. My entrepreneurship book is a book that I often tell people is the book I wish that I would have had when I started in business. It's a guide to building your business. Very easy to read, and it's telling my story, and it will help you to build your business. We also have our business planning action guide. This action guide has all kinds of activities that will help you to build a profitable business plan. And lastly is the new release, Closing the Wealth Gap, How to Build Wealth in Black Communities by Investing in Real Estate. All of these assets alone would retail for over $80, $90. You can get this total package today for only a fraction of that. Click on the link and register for our Business Accelerator VIP package. And if you're interested in really growing your wealth and would like a one-on-one coaching call with me, click on the link, apply, and we will reach out if you accept it in our coaching program. Until then, enjoy the rest of the next episode.
Thank you for tuning in to the Black Money Tree Podcast, hosted by entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist Jerome D. Love. We are committed to teaching you how to build wealth so that you can build your community. At the Black Money Tree, our goal is to empower wealth creation and create economic self-sufficiency in order to empower generations to come. Society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never enjoy. Season 1 is powered by Wells Fargo Bank. Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast.
Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast. I'm your host, Jerome D. Love, and I'm super excited about this initiative because we are going to empower you to build wealth so that you can build your community. Recently, I had a conversation with my son, and man, it just made my heart just bubble over with joy. He came home from school one day and he walked into my office and he looked at me with a very serious look. And he says, "Dad, I want to learn how to play basketball." Now, as a young African-American man who grew up watching Michael Jordan and had his own hoop dreams, but didn't quite get there, man, this was my opportunity to live my dreams through my son. So I was super excited. I went to YouTube. I looked at the latest drills and techniques of training youth. I called a couple of my friends that were actually high school basketball coaches to learn the techniques and different things to do. And then I took them off to the basketball court and I taught him how to square up. I taught him how to keep his elbow in when he shot. I taught him all the fundamentals and the things that I knew about basketball. But I was a little bit frustrated because every time we would break, he would run out to the three-point line, spin around, and throw up a shot that would be an air ball, and he would yell, "Steph Curry." You know, he wanted to do three-pointers. He wanted to do Euro steps, but he didn't have a solid foundation. And I had to tell him, "Son, you got to build your foundation if you want to go to that level and get to where you want to be." And I thought about that, and that's the way many of us are. We say we want to build wealth, but we don't have the foundation. We watch a lot of HGTV. We look at Instagram and YouTube and see the lifestyles that other people are living, but we haven't built our foundation. Now, for me personally, one of the first things that I did once I got out of college was I bought a house, real estate. And to me, real estate is that solid foundation that anybody that's trying to build wealth needs to establish. So today, I'm really excited about our guest who's going to help us in facilitating this conversation. He really needs no introduction. Mr. Ron DeVoe, he is the broker and owner of DeVoe Real Estate in Atlanta, Georgia. But most of us know him from the iconic group Belle Biv DeVoe, BBD, as well as New Edition. He has a passion for helping individuals to increase their financial net worth through home ownership. So with no further ado, Ron, welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Let's raise the energy up in here, Jerome, man. Thank you. Thank you for such a warm welcome. And the story about your son was even more touching, you know, knowing that I have 2 4-year-old boys, twins right now, and trying to navigate how to raise them up correctly the right way. Just hearing stories like that and how you connected with your son is just amazing, man.
Well, thank you, man. That really means a lot.
And Ronald Boyd DeVoe Jr. is the owner of DeVoe Real Estate. I have an amazing broker, Marvetta Bozeman. Yes, she is the queen, and she cracks a whip as far as the company is concerned, but that's in a good way, man. She's passionate about what she does. She's a hell of a businesswoman. Education is one of the main things that she passes down to all of the agents that deal with clients and customers across Atlanta and the country for us. So I definitely have to recognize her as well.
Well, wonderful, wonderful. Now, of course, most people know you from New Edition, but you wear many hats. You're an entrepreneur. So let's go back before we really get into the real estate conversation and what you're doing now in entrepreneurship. And let's talk about how you grew up. What, if anything, did you learn and did you know about money? What did your parents or the people, wherever you got your information, what did you learn about wealth and money growing up in Boston, Massachusetts?
Yeah, I learned that wealth and money was scarce, right? It was something that we didn't have, but at the same time, as a child, what you don't have, you don't miss, right? My mom definitely did everything that she could, working 2 and sometimes 3 jobs, the projects of Boston, Massachusetts, right? Cathedral on one side is my mom and my grandparents. On the other side is my dad and my grandparents, right? How do we navigate this concrete jungle and knowing all of the pitfalls and traps that were set up for people like us to fail? So money was scarce, to say the least.
So should I take that as you really didn't learn anything about money or how to manage it? You just learned how to survive without.
Exactly. As a youngster, 3, 4, 5, and of course, you know, by the time I was, I want to say 10, 11, I started being bussed out to the suburbs, right? And I was in this program called the METCO program. And I started seeing and being able to think outside the box, right? I had a host parent. And just in case I got into an accident or something like that, there was a family that would take care of me until my mom was able to get there. This was probably about 40 minutes outside of Boston, right? Maybe 30 minutes. And going over their house, right? And seeing the room that they had, the upstairs, the downstairs, right? Space, a backyard, a playground, right? A creek in the back, right? This kind of began to broaden my horizons. I still didn't connect money to it at that time, but I felt like, okay, now there's something more than just the concrete jungle that's out there.
So let's talk transitioning, New Edition. What age were you when that really started popping off and when you got your first real, I guess, taste of money, however you define it? How old were you when you got some real money, and what did you do with that money?
Oh man, my first real check was $500, right? And it was the record deal that we signed for Candy Girl to come out in 1983. So this was about 1982, about a year prior. $500 was all we received from the proceeds of that album that has been selling till this day, right? But come on, I didn't have money. I'm pulling on my mom's coattail to try and figure out how she can hand me some allowance that might be $2 or $3 a week, right? So now all of a sudden I have 500. A moped I was probably 13 at the time. So the first thing I bought was a moped for probably about $250 maybe at the time. And man, that was the best thing that I could ever have as a 13-year-old. Like the five of us would just ride all around Boston. People would see us coming up and down the street and they'd be cheering like New Edition is, riding by us. They're following us. As a kid, 13-year-old, right? All of a sudden you can buy a moped. So my first piece of money, that's what I did with it.
Wow. Well, I remember in the BET special, they had that part in there. And I believe they positioned it as the label gave you guys the moped, but you actually bought your own moped.
Nah, we bought our own mopeds. Yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, me growing up, Ron, I had two brothers, older brothers. I was the youngest, two older brothers and a sister. And we would always talk a lot of times like, how much money do you think mom and daddy had? And I remember somebody said $1,000 and I was floored. I thought $1,000 was like probably $1 million. I was like, no way mom and daddy have $1,000. So when you got that $500, did you feel like you were rich and you never needed to work another day in your life? Or did you have any understanding of that's really not that much?
No, $500, you go from 5 and then you put another zero on the back of that, right? Allowance and then another zero on the back of that, 500, we done hit the jackpot, Ma. It's time to move, it's time to load up the truck and move to Beverly, right? So, man, as a kid at the time that really didn't have much and my mom was doing all she can, at times we didn't have enough money to fill the apartment up. We would stay at some point in these 3-family homes, right? And you had to have the oil truck come and fill your tank up so that you could have heat in the house, right? There were times where we were cold as hell because money wasn't available to us, right? So now all of a sudden I have $500 as a kid in my pocket. And of course, maybe half of that I gave to my mom for bills that might have been outstanding. I didn't understand really what was going on at the time, but she said, look, you can buy the moped and have some pocket change. The rest is coming to me. But I didn't have any concept of how to save, and how to take a piece of that money, invest it in something so that it grows and you start this real financial journey in life. That I didn't have that as a blueprint. This was trap after trap after trap that you're gonna fall into so that you stay on a certain level in life. And that's what was going on at the time.
Ron, now, when did you buy your first house? And did you ever get enough money as a child? Were you able to move your mom and your family out of the projects? When did you buy your first house?
Yes, come on, give me my roses, Jerome. I need these, right? Because I was the first one out of the New Edition crew to move my family out of the projects, right? Out of Boston, as a matter of fact, right? To Los Angeles, California, with the intent to buy a house. So 1982, I signed the deal, right? Candy Girl comes out 83. We blow up, we're off to the races. 1986, I moved to California. And we moved there with the intent to figure out where we wanted to live. Let's rent something and, kind of figure this thing out. So a year later, we finally bought a home in Woodland Hills, right? 1987, $200,000 home. I'm a part of the process of actually handing my mom some keys to a house, right? This is something that I didn't see in my family at all. Cousins, aunties, uncles, grandparents, great-grandparents. I didn't know home ownership. I didn't know that. I didn't see that. It was rent projects, single family, whatever. Not single family, but apartments, right? Whatever that was, I didn't know ownership. And to be able to do that at 17, almost 18 years of age was incredible. But I didn't even know the magnitude at that time until later on what it really meant. Because that home that I purchased in 87 for $200,000, I sold about 3 years later right? And just before 90, or maybe at the beginning of 90, before I bought my second house, for 400,000 in 3 years. Yeah, and that's the equity, right? That's the thing that allows people to do so much when it comes to creating generational wealth. And I know we're going to talk about that.
So no, that's a good transition there. Now, your real estate company has a Dreams Unlock, Keys Unlock Dreams initiative, and you've partnered with the National Fair Housing Alliance. Talk a little bit about that initiative and what you guys have going on there in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes, Keys Unlock Dreams. That is the National Fair Housing Alliance. That is their initiative, and we partner with them. Lisa Rice and all the amazing people over there are doing so much to really pull the stats out and show people what's going on and why the disparities between white, Asian, who are sitting up here in the 70 percentile and even 80 percentile home ownership, right? And Blacks being the lowest of them, the least of them, the lowest on the totem pole, sitting at 40%, right? Fluctuating. And when you think about the Fair Housing Act that was passed in 68, right? We were probably about 47 to 49% home ownership rates, right? Now, all of a sudden, people are not supposed to discriminate against us, right? So our numbers are supposed to rise based on those things. Now we can purchase homes. You can't not give us loans. You can't tell us we can't move in this neighborhood and all of the above. So providing the stats, and you look at 68, right? Fast forward to a point where the home ownership rates are lower than they were back then. So what really is going on with the fabric of the systems that are in place here in this country for Black people at the end of the day? So they are the problem, right? They are the stats, and they are alongside us the reason why we're getting this out to people state to state. Like when I move into cities now, it's no longer about just performing. Right? Earlier in that day, we're going to do some things and make sure we get the word out for people so that they're able to take advantage of this thing called generational wealth and home ownership, and what we can do to shine a light on making sure we partner up with the right people that are willing to push those things to the side that have been barriers for us for so long, in our lives.
So let me ask you this. I'm going to say millennials, but it's not all millennials. I have a good friend who's actually going to be on the podcast. He builds neighborhoods. He has a finance company. And I was talking to him. He's an older guy. He's older than me. And I was talking to him about this trend of millennials wanting to rent as opposed to own. And they say things like they want to remain mobile. They don't want that much responsibility. And I was saying it to him as though he was going to chime in like, no, that don't make any sense. But then he says, no, I don't own my home either. He said, I want to remain mobile. I'm renting. Now, this is a guy who builds homes. He has a mortgage company. So with that said, I'm not knocking it. Everybody has different ways of building wealth. But what do you say to that young millennial that say that's too much for me? I don't want that much responsibility. I want to remain mobile. What do you say to that person?
Man, that's tough, because when you're young, you want a certain sense of freedom. I think there's a sense of freedom attached to being mobile, right? So, of course, that's a hard thing to address. But then when you look at the disparities, when you look at taking a piece of what it is that you do, whether it's investing in stocks or what have you, you should invest in something. And I know that there's about, I want to say maybe 2 million millennials, college students that are ready and primed and will be approved like that if they just took the steps, right, to go down that road of home ownership. And it just seems as though there's a disconnect, right? And maybe that's on purpose. I know a lot of millennials went through some traumatic things through their parents' eyes to a certain extent, with the crash and the housing bubble in '08. So it's a heavy dynamic, but I think we have to stay doing shows like this and getting the word out so they can be educated on what they're actually missing out on, right? A college student, okay, if you're able to purchase the dorm, or not at the dorm, but the house that you're staying in, the apartment that you're staying in, right? And you purchase it for whatever that amount is, right? And you're able to hold on to it because you purchased it right. You sat enough money to the side. You're not living kind of, check to check. You've done what you're supposed to do to make sure this could be a successful transaction, right? And you're able to hold on to that year after year. That becomes an income producing property, right? And it's appreciating in value. It's like, I think there's just such a disconnect because we, movies and music and entertainment and all these other things are bombarding us, right? And the real essence of what we need to be doing is the thing that blurred lines at the end of the day. So that's why I'm excited about really rebranding the real estate company and getting out here and talking to people such as yourself and using whatever my notoriety and influence may be to let people know, like, let's not miss out on this thing. Like, there's too much money out here. People that own homes, generally about 200,000, plus in wealth, right? In wealth, right? You can say wherever that's in, right? Whatever that's in, it's savings, it's life insurance, it's various things. 200,000 on average. Renters, 5,000 plus on average. So you want to have a mobile mentality, right? The numbers say, okay, you're just kind of check to check, 5,000 in the bank or what have you, but homeowners, 200,000. So you kind of, you be the choice. You make the choice. I'm choosing 200,000 over 5K any damn day.
So, I read a report by the National Association of Realtors, and they talked about a concept called social disorganization. And they basically said that crime, suicide, a lot of the teenage pregnancy, drug usage, all of these were byproducts of social disorganization. And the root of it was poverty. And they had a direct link to home ownership and the decrease in a lot of those statistics. And one of the things that I read another study where it talked about the success of being, the chances of being a success as an entrepreneur increase exponentially if you own your own home. So I'll tell my personal testimony. I tell people I started the Black Expo in 2004. 2005, I was over $100,000 in debt. 2006, we had a decent expo, but we paid all our bills, so I was still $100,000 in debt. 2007, we made our first little piece of change, so we dug out the debt, and it wasn't until the next year that I actually got my first check. Some people ask, how did you survive if you were $100,000 in debt and you weren't making any money? And my answer is real estate. I bought the first thing that I did when I moved to Houston was bought a house. I bought a house in the hood. Wasn't nothing fancy, wasn't nothing to brag about, but it was $871 a month. I had two roommates. They were paying me $350 a month, and they paid a third of the bill. So I had to come up with $171 a month. That was it. So all of those years when I was building my business, I wasn't making money. The only way I was able to survive is I virtually had no living expense. So you got to plan, if you're going to be a success in anything. And for me, I knew that it was going to take some time of investing to build my business. So that was part of my plan. I got literally, I promise you this, Ron, I'm telling you the truth. I got married. My wife moved in and we had a kid. And we still had a roommate in that house. I needed money coming in. So, but
hey,
now,
I'm not mad, man. That's residual income, basically, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
so,
no, that's go ahead.
Now, no, I was gonna say now I've moved on, and part of that story was too, I bought my first rent house, I think in 2002. Bubble
Mm-hmm.
was around 2001, lost a bunch of properties. Now I've kind of built up my real estate portfolio. And personally, I advise anyone to invest in real estate. I think it's the best investment you can have. But of course, I'm biased. Tell me what you tell people when they're talking about investments, whether they want to go to Bitcoin or stock market or real estate. Why do you suggest real estate?
I suggest real estate because it's the only thing that they're not making any more of. Like, yes, they are trying to get to Mars and Venus and all these other places in the universe. But as far as Earth is concerned, what we got is what we got, right? So it's always going to appreciate in value. And, there's circles to life, of course. It'll go up and it'll go down, but it's like a circle that just keeps getting larger and larger and larger. So if you buy real estate correctly, you'll be able to weather the storm of things kind of coming down to a certain extent before it rises up above where it was when you initially purchased it. And the equity in it, it's really not the only way, because you're an entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur, so people create wealth through starting businesses or what have you. But when you look at the averages, right, probably close to 80% of the people that are creating generational wealth for themselves do it through real estate, right? The equity in a home, owning something now versus 10 years from now, right? And paying on time and all of these different things, right? Something that may be 100,000 today is worth 500,000 10 years from now, especially the way things are skyrocketing in recent times. Goodness gracious, it's ridiculous. So it's the thing that helps with starting those businesses, the equity in a home, right? It's the thing that helps with putting your kids to college, through college or what have you, the equity in a home, right? It just helps so much. Like you said, just the inspiration that it provides for people that are growing up in that house, the children and all of the above. Like, it's just the self-esteem and so many other factors come into play, like you're saying, crime rate and just, peace of mind and all these different things that we're all searching for come through home ownership as well.
So you touched on something. Let's go back to it. You talked about the current market. Here, the market is crazy. I built 2 homes in 2019. I was going to build about 12 homes similar to that this past March. And when I sent in my bid to my lumber company, I thought it was a mistake. They said, where I spent $12,000, $13,000 for the lumber, it was now close to $30,000. And I said,
Yes.
hey, there's a mistake here. You need to go back and look at this. And he said, no. The market is crazy right now. So,
Yes.
and what I found is the house prices are increasing just like the supplies and products. What are you advising a person that wants to buy a home? But also, what are you advising the people that want to sell their homes? Because when I saw what was going on, I told my wife, hey, we about to sell our house, but
yeah, the thing is when you, right. I'm sorry, Jerome. The thing is, when you sell your house, right? Let's say you have 5,000 square foot of space. You got this amazing yard, whatever, right? You sell your house. When it's time to go get something similar, you got to pay what, 25% more, 30% more. So if you're looking to like kind of move sideways, like, okay, I want to sell this, I want to pull equity and profit out of this, I'm going to have to downsize at the end of the day, because home prices are ridiculous right now. And I say this, during the pandemic, it was wild. I was stressing a little bit, thinking, this is a crazy time. No homes are going to be sold, all of the above, right? And the agents under my company, they were actually doing more deals through the pandemic than they had done almost in the previous 2 years. So it was just crazy, the appreciation. And then you have a client and you're trying to present the best deal possible, right? Home is, let's say, a $300,000 home. You have to go 10% damn near over the asking price to win the bid, and the bid is against 7, 8, 10 other people that are maybe willing to go 15% over asking price. So it's crazy, the law of supply and demand, right? There's not enough homes out there for the population that's increasing ridiculously, right? So I think at some point maybe those demands are met, but you figure that's still another couple years off or so before it starts catching up. So I think home prices are going to continue to escalate, and overall they're going to continue to escalate over time as they have since the beginning of time.
So let's go back a little bit. Let's talk. People they know you as from Rendezvous, New Edition. You talked about buying that first house for $200,000, sold it 3 years later, $400,000, bought another one, more hit singles. People would just assume you're sitting on stacks of cash, but there have been interviews where we've heard. I believe you in particular and many of your other group members hit some hard times, filed for bankruptcy and things of that nature. What led you from up here to filing for bankruptcy? And what different choices would you make today if you could go back, turn back the hands of time?
It's not having the blueprint for success when it comes to finance. And at 13 years of age, $500, right? And then you start going on the road, driving up to New York City on the weekends, right? By the time Candy Girl comes out in 83, and now you're beginning to receive per diem, right? And that's $35 per day. So I'm out Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? So that's $105, whatever that is. And I got $105 in my pocket. I'm staying in hotels. I'm able to call down to room service and order shrimp cocktail, right? So it's the spontaneity, of spending money was just, injected into us right there. And for me, I didn't think some of the fundamental things that I should have been thinking until later on, right? You said it earlier in the interview that sometimes you feel like money is going to continue to come, right? And I think it was that mentality too. From 83 and even before that in Boston, like we were the hugest group in Boston, right? And then we were thrust on a national stage. And from 83 all the way until the point where I had to file for bankruptcy, which was 98, right? It's almost continuous money coming in, right? We had little choppy, segments of our career, but continuous money. So I still hadn't thought about, what I needed to do with budgeting and being resourceful and making sure that I had a cutoff point when it comes to the money that's coming in. So I think it's just all one of those things that people have to go through at the end of the day. I know people that were very strict on what they were supposed to spend and all of the above and didn't end up filing for bankruptcy, but they were just as, they were in almost the same place. It was 2 steps away from doing the same thing. So I think it's all a learning experience, man. It's just one of those things that we don't get. We don't talk about these things around the dinner table, right? Because we're faced with so many other challenges as Black people in America, right? And we didn't see that before us. So it's learning on your own and getting to that point where you're still blessed enough to be able to still make money in the way that I have throughout my career. And I'm thankful to God for that. But you have to start doing things different because you never know, man. It can all be taken from you at any point and have you set yourself up correctly, right, with what you made up until that point.
So part of the reason I asked that question, because I'm a motivational speaker as well. And I always say people see the product, but they don't know the process. They just see you on the stage with the suit and they just assume you made it. They don't know what it took to get you there. So I think that kind of brings you down to everybody else's level where they can say, man, wow, I'm just like that. So what are the 1 or 2 tips that you would give to that individual that's out there, that's struggling financially, trying to get out of that rat race? What would you say in terms of getting out of that rat race, in terms of starting to build wealth? What would you say to them?
Yes. Budget, right? You have to know, okay, if you got $100 coming in, 25% of that, depending on what bracket you're in, but if it's $100, you're in the 25% bracket, is going to Uncle Sam. Send that over to the escrow account, whatever it is, so you don't have those challenges. But that all still falls in line with the budget. Pay yourself first, even damn near before you pay Uncle Sam, right? Put 10% to the side and then pay Uncle Sam his 25%, right? That's what they say. And then understand what your bills are. If your bills are the rest of the, another 40%, and you got 25% to play with, there's a contingency that you put in place to play around with. I'm going to the movies, I'm going to dinner, I'm going to take a flight, I'm going on vacation. Like, all of those things are pretty much kind of set in stone. So, these are my bills. This is Uncle Sam. This is what I'm putting to the side so I can elevate and maybe get to the point where I can purchase again, or maybe I'm sitting in the house, but I'm trying to figure out how to buy something bigger because my family's growing. It starts with budgeting, is number one. And that was a hard thing for me because I was such a spontaneous buyer. And I am to this day, but I have a good person in place right now, my wife and I, that cracks the whip on us, and she doesn't allow us to stretch too far to the left because, it's in my DNA. I'm about to buy another pair of AirPods because I just lost mine on the plane. No, you got to wait until next month before you get those AirPods, buddy. Yeah. It's just simple things like that, right? That we have to kind of have kind of restraint over. And then once you begin to start that and knowing how much money you can put to the side, now it's, okay, what am I doing with that money? I think saving, this whole concept of saving is overrated, right? Like, we shouldn't be saving. We should be putting our money towards investing, right? Like, allowing it to grow. Let's not take 10% or 20% and sit it over here in a bank that's taking fees from you, right? Let's put it in an entity where it's growing at the end of the day. So, those 2 things are off the top of my mind.
See, I like what you said. I tell people all the time, my houses are my bank accounts, because so when I get money, let me back it back. So with Black Expo, I told you kind of the rocky road we went on. When we first started making money, I would get 1 check a year a lot of times. Sometimes that check might be $30,000, $40,000. That may seem like a lot of money, but when you ain't made no money the whole year, that'll go real quick. And every year when I started getting paid, I would get that check. And when I didn't have a plan for it or anything to do with it, it seemed like I was more financially strapped than when I started investing. I would take that $30,000, buy a house, remodel it. And now I would make $900 a month or $1,000 a month. And I told people, I say, what bank account do you know that will pay you $1,000 a month? So every house that I own is a bank account. I'm just depositing my money in it, but it's paying me every month and it's growing in value. So I love it, man. Yes. I love it.
Right. That's and wonderful. You get the tax breaks and all of the other things that come with it. That's one thing that the wealthiest take advantage of, right? Setting up businesses and putting their money in places where it's protected, right? It's protected from the government. It's protected from people that may want to sue them in the form of trust and all of these other things. And we just don't have those conversations as much as we need to. So I'm excited about what we're doing right now. And the Black Expo and everything you're doing that way. And I'm looking forward to this coming, man. I know we've been doing this COVID thing for a good amount of time, but hopefully it'll begin to open back up where we can touch down that way and help you continue in building your brand as we do the same.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, there you have it. Ron, since you're in real estate, give me just 1 or 2 tips to that person that doesn't own a home, ready to get a home. What's the 1 or 2 steps they should take to start buying a home? Outside of calling for real estate.
Outside of calling your boy, yeah. Step 1 is know your credits, your credit. We have partnered with a couple entities that are allowing people to use their rental history as points towards their credit, right? Which I think is another way that they've been keeping us out of home ownership. Like, people have been paying their rent on time for year after year and almost decade after decade. But that's not a plus strap. That's not a plus, right? That's not a plus column thing. So it's crazy, some of the traps that they sit us in, and we can talk about that for years. But your credit really is number 1, because that's the barometer for success in home ownership. You have to get money, and these lenders are going to look at your credit and your history and your ability to be a solid person that's paying, every month. So credit is definitely number 1. And a lot of the things that we talked about after that, just budgeting, being able to get to the point where you can sit money to the side, because you have to have earnest money to go against the fact that you're serious about buying this house. And where home prices are now, that could be, depending on where you live, $1,500. It could be thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, right? And then down payments to the side. So credit, number 1, start budgeting and figuring out how you put money to the side and get to that point where you have everything in place that will allow you to get over that hump and begin the process of creating generational wealth. Your why has to be bigger than you, right? Is it the community? Is it your children? Like, whatever it is, if your why is bigger than you, then you'll listen to some of the things that Jerome is giving you and the different people that he talks to about ownership and wealth and just closing the gap for us. And you'll listen to hopefully some of these things that I said as well.
So if you're going to build your wealth, you heard it right here from Ron DeVoe. You got to learn how to budget. You got to understand taxes, and you got to have a strategic plan. Those are some sound principles to wealth and wealth development. It's amazing when you hear all of these individuals from different and varying backgrounds that all tend to come to the same point. You got to make money. You got to manage the money, and then you can multiply it in investing. And real estate is one of the most solid investments that you can make. So I hope you got some great nuggets that you can use to apply in your life that will bless you and your family. Make sure you tune in every other week on the 2nd and 4th Thursday to the Black Money Tree podcast, and follow us on Instagram, on Facebook at the Black Money Tree. Until next time, here's to you building your wealth. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Black Money Tree podcast. Don't forget to like and share this video. And if you want more content like this, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. We'll see you next time.
Thank you for tuning in to the Black Money Tree podcast, hosted by entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist Jerome D. Love.
Welcome back to the Black Money Tree Marathon. Now, before we go on to the next episode, I know you're ready for it and it's been a lot of great information. I did want to mention a couple things. If you want to have lifetime access to all of these episodes, I want to encourage you to get our Business Accelerator VIP package. With this, you'll get lifetime access to all these episodes, and I'm going to throw in a few other bonuses. We'll give you 4 of my books here. So you have my leadership book. This will teach you all about influential leadership through a system that I call Love Them and Lead Them. So it will help you be a better leader for your team. My entrepreneurship book is a book that I often tell people is the book I wish that I would have had when I started in business. It's a guide to building your business, very easy to read, and it's telling my story, and it will help you to build your business. We also have our business planning action guide. This action guide has all kinds of activities that will help you to build a profitable business plan. And lastly is the new release, Closing the Wealth Gap, How to Build Wealth in Black Communities by Investing in Real Estate. All of these assets alone would retail for over $80, $90. You can get this total package today for only a fraction of that. Click on the link and register for our Business Accelerator VIP package. And if you're interested in really growing your wealth and would like a one-on-one coaching call with me, click on the link, apply, and we will reach out if you accept it in our coaching program. Until then, enjoy the rest of the next episode. Welcome back to the Black Money Tree Marathon.
Thank you for tuning in to the Black Money Tree Podcast, hosted by entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist, Jerome D. Love. We are committed to teaching you how to build wealth so that you can build your community. At the Black Money Tree, our goal is to empower wealth creation and create economic self-sufficiency in order to empower generations to come. Society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never enjoy. Season 1 is powered by Wells Fargo Bank. Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast.
Society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they shall never enjoy. That's an old Greek proverb. And it's with this Greek proverb that the Black Money Tree Wealth Development Strategy was founded. This proverb speaks to 2 of the key core values of the Black Money Tree. One of those key components is generational wealth. The second one is directed efforts. If the Black community is going to grow and build sustainable wealth and to make it a more sustainable community, there have to be systematic, targeted efforts that's designed to help individuals in the future. Today, in order to talk about generational wealth and targeted efforts, I'm really excited. We have today with us the new owners of Jet and Ebony magazine. So I'm excited to welcome Miss Eden Bridgman Skellner, chairwoman of Ebony Jet magazine. Welcome to the Black Money Tree, Eden.
Hi, thank you for having me. Honored to speak with you today.
Now, 75 years Ebony has been in existence. John Johnson founded the company in 1945. To me, that's the epitome of generational wealth. He had a vision in 1945, and 75 years later, that mission, that vision is still coming to pass. How does it make you feel to step into such a rich legacy?
Honestly, I don't think it's set in at all, to be perfectly honest. And we took over in January of this year. So just not even a full year as new owners. And, you know, it's one of those that you feel humbled by the opportunity. I don't think there's an individual walking around that doesn't know the name Ebony, doesn't know the name Jet, and have an amazing story to tell on how those publications transformed their life or was instrumental in something for their family. So for my family to now be the owners, it truly is a humbling experience.
Now, you talked a little bit about your family and the target. What we're going to really focus on this episode is really more about generational wealth. Your dad was hugely successful. Now, he's not a household name, but if you Google him, Junior Bridgman is up there with Magic and Jordan and LeBron in terms of the top wealthiest NBA players of all time. So there have to be some jewels, some nuggets that he provided growing up. Tell us some of the things that you observed in terms of growing up, watching him build his empire, and some of the things that he's taught you.
Well, I can say that he didn't build his empire alone. First, it took my parents as a joint unit. Each had to understand their perspective role within creating generational wealth for their family. So as my father, yes, may be the one that most people want to recognize, I always like to make sure that my mom gets equal recognition. There had to be someone at home holding things down, and she's the CEO of the Bridgman team. He may be the founder and owner and runs the outward business, but she took care of everything possible in order to allow my father to go off and do what he needed to do from a business standpoint. So first, for them, it was seeing that unit, seeing two individuals working together collectively. It's what my husband and I have shared as we entered into our union. My parents are about people. They're about serving, and servant leadership was probably one of the core things that they have stood for continually. No matter what whatever they do, they make sure it's about others and serving the community. And really, we're a faith-based company. Before owning Ebony and Jet, the parent company over our restaurant portfolio is Manna Incorporated. Obviously, manna from heaven. When you take your cues, obviously, from the biblical story, in the idea that every day God would bless us and give us just what we needed. And so we applied those same principles to our business efforts. So, I could probably go on for hours and hours talking about the things I observed from both of them. But also I would mention my father, most of the time when people reach a certain level of success, and he was quite successful during his time as an NBA player, not obviously making the money that LeBron and even Magic and all of them made. He came before them and paved the way so that received the level of wealth off of playing basketball. But one of the things, and one of my fun stories about him, is that after he was playing and we were owning restaurants, Wendy's in particular, somebody saw him working in the restaurant, and they said, "Oh, how sad for Junior Bridgman, former NBA player, and now someone who was working, in the restaurant." Little did they know that he was working it because it was his business, and he had to make sure that he locked arms with every individual, and he knew that business inside and out, and that he was never above, any position, because he knew it would take the person that came in and cleaned the restaurant to the person dropping fries to flipping burgers and things in order to make his business successful. So he couldn't be above anyone. So that level of humility is something that I learned from a very young age, and have tried to apply it, in my career as well.
I love that response. It brings forth two questions for me. And the first one I'll prefix with a comment. So the Black Money Tree, the reason we chose the tree to symbolize this movement is because a tree is stable. It's something that's solid. And one of the key parts of the tree is the bark. The bark is what provides the protection from the outside elements, much like the manna represented for the children of Israel. It was God's protection for them. And it's our belief that in order for us to be able to build a strong Black community that's self-sustaining, that's not sitting back and waiting for someone else to come rescue it, we have to be able to create wealth. We have to have the resources to, fund our own elected officials that get in office that advocate for our needs. We have to fund our own nonprofit entities and organizations that will advocate for our community. So talk a little bit about the need for building wealth in order to build a sustainable Black community.
Well, obviously, if you any level of power, you have to be in the driving seat in order to do that. In our society, that usually means the people that control the monetary resources in order for you to build, whatever your dream might be. So without wealth within our community, we cease to be able to move forward. And we are the innovators, we are the trendsetters, we are everything that the world has been able to profit off of. We internally as a community have to be able to take back our intellectual property, what makes us amazing, as African Americans, and be able to learn, how do we monetize it? How do we be the ones that are in the control seat? So yes, without understanding how to build wealth, and also how to transition that wealth from generation to generation. Because we have plenty of stories that are in the pages of Ebony and Jet of people that have made a ton of money in their career. What we have missed out on, and I love the idea of what you guys are doing, is the idea of how do you not only build it, but how does the next generation ready themselves in order to receive it, to stand in those shoes of greatness that came before them, and be able to live out their purpose and what they need to do to transition it to generation to generation to generation. So without a fundamental understanding of what that means, our community will forever not be able to achieve its greatness when it comes to a monetary and financial standpoint.
So now, you told the story about your dad working at the Wendy's. I got a story for you. So I run the Texas Black Expo. In our 15-year celebration, we had this amazing event. We're at the Hilton and all of these dignitaries there. We actually had the U.S. HUD Secretary Julian Castro there, Kirby John Caldwell, who was on the cover of Black Enterprise with Eddie Long and T.D. Jakes some years ago. So all of these dignitaries, and I was there with them. And at the end of the gala, you know how these galas are, everybody's rushing to get their cards and at the valet, and the hotel is connected to the convention center. Now, I had to go to the bank to make some deposits. I didn't feel like waiting in the line to get my car out the valet. So I decided to walk down to the convention center, which is where my wife is. So my wife holds down my business quite like your mom did for your dad. So she's working with all the vendors, getting everything set up. And she had a 2007 Chrysler Town & Country. So I went and got in her 2007 Chrysler Town & Country, and I'm driving to the bank. And I won't say his name, but a businessman in the community who knew me drove up next to me in his Escalade, and he looked at me and was kind of like, Jerome, you're in a 2007 Chrysler Town & Country. And it makes me think of an article I wrote for Black Enterprise called Image or Economics. And what I argue is that most of the times we say we want economics, we want power, we want wealth, but we're settling for the image. So growing up, my images that I saw of success were in Ebony, were in Jet. Nowadays, it's social media. And the unfortunate thing is that social media can provide images that really aren't based upon reality. So Eden, tell me a little bit about what you think the role of Ebony and Jet is in terms of shaping the ideals of wealth and what it means to be a success as an African American in the United States of America.
No, absolutely. I mean, we have to be very cognizant of the images that we put out there. We talk about celebrating Black life and showing what does it mean to be Black, in the idea of wealth and who are the movers and shakers, and the idea that a lot of people will flash, money or chains or houses or cars, but they don't own any of it. And we have to make sure we showcase what does it mean to be successful? What does it mean to show that you are not only about the image, but of the substance? So absolutely, for Ebony and Jet, we don't tread on that lightly. We understand that we have a fundamental responsibility to hold ourselves accountable on the images that we put forth, the stories that we will tell, because again, so many times you hear about these lifestyles, and we have to equip that generation to be about something more than the latest shoes. Not only can you wear the shoes, but do you understand, well, how do you make money around it? How do you become part of the supply chain in a meaningful way instead of just being the end consumer? So absolutely, Ebony and Jet play a significant role in that storytelling.
Man, I love it. I love it. I'm going to tell you another quick story. So my dad was old school country, grew up on the farm. So I grew up, I thought that we were broke because I never could have anything. I begged for years to get a new Nintendo. By the time I got it, the Sega Genesis was out. And anytime I asked for anything, I was the youngest, so I got hand-me-downs from my brothers and sisters. We didn't have cable in the household until I got a job and bought it. And anytime I asked for anything, my parents would say, boy, we ain't got no money. We ain't got any money for that. And so I became that way. I have 4 children. And I remember when my kids were younger, they're stair-step, but they were maybe about 5, 4, and 3. And they would always ask, let's go to McDonald's, let's go here. We ain't got no money, we're not going. That's what I would tell them. And one day we were driving, and I think we were passing Shipley's Donuts. And my youngest daughter said, Daddy, can we go to Shipley's? And my oldest, who was about 5 or 6 at the time, she looked and said, JD, you know we ain't got no money for that, And I then, from that, I remember growing up because my parents didn't get me any of the good stuff. I mean, they paid for my college, they paid me for my car, but at that age, all you wanted was stuff. So I remember growing up thinking that we were broke. I thought we didn't have any money. So I started to talk to my children a little bit different. I stopped saying we don't have any money for that to start saying, is that the best use of our money? Is that a good investment? Tell me a little bit. Obviously, your dad was very wealthy. How did he relate to money, and what did he teach you guys about money growing up?
Oh, well, the first thing they like to say is, we may have some money, but you guys do not. Our money is not your money. There were some fundamental things that they made sure that my siblings and I had, that we had a roof over our head, we had hot food on the table, that we had a place to take us from here to there. So we had transportation, and that they would take care of our education outside of hopefully whatever scholarships that my siblings and I would receive. From there, they were of no obligation in order to provide the lapse of luxury for my siblings and I, because both my parents, they came from very humble beginnings. They understood the power of a dollar and what that means in order to work for something. So they knew that my siblings and I were going to grow up with means that they could only have dreamed of. So they had to instill work ethic. They had to instill the understanding of what a dollar means and how do you make it, and how do you build a sense of understanding of what money really is, and how do you, when it's in your hands, what is the responsibilities that come with it. So no, my siblings and I, we talk about it all the time about how we didn't rock the latest anything. My oldest brother, he was driving in the mid 1990s, and his first car was from the 80s. So that lets you know that we weren't the kids on the block that you were running to their house because they always had the latest. Now, yes, did they afford us opportunities that, because of their success, we were able to enjoy? Absolutely. But my parents made sure that we really understood the blessings and where our blessings came from. That yes, even with hard work and such, it was God blessing our family and being able to see prayers being answered, not just from them, but generations before living out through us. So we had a responsibility to understand what that meant and to carry that same level of humility and understanding of our blessings from above.
No, I think that's so good. That's so good. I mean, your dad seems a lot like my dad. They made it very clear that they put a roof over my head, clothes on my back, and they didn't owe me anything else. So let's shift back a little bit to Ebony, Jet. Now, I grew up looking at magazines, looking at Ebony, looking at Jet. I think many in your generation and younger tend to view magazines, newspapers as for old people. So there really has to be a different way of branding and shifting. How is Ebony and Jet going to tackle that to really bring this new generation into what Ebony and Jet is doing?
First, obviously, it's making sure that we lead from a technological standpoint. The idea of people are able to consume brands across various different mediums these days. So we had to make sure that we are positioning Ebony and Jet to be leaders in the technology standpoint, that you're able to see the brand also in a way never before. The idea that I'm wearing Ebony, before it was just you would get the magazine and that would be it. But the idea of being able to wear it, to consume it from film to other types of content. I mean, Ebony has the opportunity, and so does Jet, although we'll launch Jet next year. We first started with Ebony. But Ebony has the opportunity to live and breathe in spaces and industries like never before. And that's what we're most excited for, that we don't just have to be a magazine. We can be anything because the brand is that strong and people are looking to consume it in ways that the Johnson family weren't able to transition the brand to be, or the technology and the opportunities just weren't there at the time.
So let's talk a little bit more about generational wealth. So as I told you, I have 4 children, and I made it very clear, seems like kind of like what your dad did. I'm in real estate, so I have houses, I build houses, I have a couple portfolios of houses. But my kids, when I started off, they were there with me. They were out, they were putting on doorknobs, they know how to hang up light fixtures, they've insulated houses, they've done pretty much everything in terms of real estate and construction. So I made it very clear, I'm not working this hard for myself. I'm working this hard so that your life will be easier, but you're gonna have to step into it and you're gonna have to be able to run this business and to grow it and make it bigger. So my daughter comes to me, my oldest, and she's kind of strong-willed, a lot like myself. And she comes to me and she says, so Daddy, if I go to New York and I become a model and make $1 million, are you gonna be mad at me? And it was clear in her mind, she wanted to forge her own path. And so I responded and I just said, with Jasmine, if you go to New York and become a model and make $1 million, I would not be mad at you. But statistically speaking, the chances of you making $1 million in the real estate business that I already have a foundation for, I can mentor and guide you along, I have connections, as opposed to moving to New York in a city where you know no one, and there are millions of other young ladies that are relatively attractive, just like you, the chances are very low. So you seem to have stepped into your dad's legacy. So you got to help me out as a dad. What was it that your dad did that made you want to follow in his legacy? And was it natural, or did you fight it for a while and then you came back around? So you got to talk to me personally. I ain't worried about everybody else right now. You got to help me.
Oh, absolutely. So, my parents' thing was, no matter what we did, if we wanted to be a teacher, they would support and they would give us whatever we needed in order to be a teacher. I guess the contract that we would be making with them would be, if you're going to be a teacher, you be the best teacher that you ever can be. And same thing, if we wanted to do anything, they would give us the support. Their whole thing is just like sports, we weren't pushed to go after sports and be, an athlete like our dad. But when it comes to the family business, in a way, we always circled around it, and you knew that it was there. How you were going to be a part of it was always the question. And that's where, life will kind of reveal itself and provide opportunities. But when I graduated from college, it was 2008. We all know what happened in 2008 financially for the US. Recession. There were no jobs. It's probably the worst time to graduate from college. And so I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And my father, the night I graduated, not the day after, the night I graduated, we're sitting at dinner. Two options. You can either stay in Louisville and do this, or you can move to Chicago and start working for the family business there, because you were going to have to work. And that was their thing. No matter what, you were working, you were earning a paycheck. No free rides at any moment. So I ended up kind of, in a way, stumbling into the family business. Now, you can be part of the family business and having two older brothers. We've talked about this. But the key is you have to find your own voice. You have to find your purpose within the business. So even for your daughter, understanding, well, what is it that she's trying to accomplish through modeling? And is there an opportunity for the business to be able to, fund these extracurricular opportunities that you may not have been able to do because you didn't have the financial resources and the time that maybe you can take off from the business to look and diversify. But also it's understanding each strength and what you bring to the table that you can help feed into the business. I am part of an international organization that centers around families and family businesses or family offices. And it's one of the leading things I always hear from my counterparts is that the family business is not stepping back, or the family isn't stepping back and saying, and looking at each individual member and what are the strengths and weaknesses and how do they align with the business versus the business being the only and not adapting to the individuals. Because you can have her working, but if she's in finance, does that really work for her? She should have a fundamental understanding, but the business has to complement the individual in order for them to find their purpose and really service the business well.
Yeah. No, that's so rich, so rich. Now, you are a new mom, I believe. Daughter, correct?
Correct. Yep. 3 months old, baby Eve. Yep.
So talk about how, if anyway, has your mindset changed since you've had a daughter? Has it increased your work ethic? Do you feel like, okay, now I really got to get on my grind? Tell me how that changes your perspective by having a daughter.
No, it changes everything. Obviously, understanding time. I have the same 24 hours in the day, but they're not the same anymore. It's split up in a very different way. But obviously, my parents instilled the idea of legacy in me. And so now it's a bit more real. I'm seeing what I do on a day-to-day basis will have lasting impact on my daughter's future. So work ethic and my grind or my hustle is probably at its all-time high compared, because I want her to have opportunities that even I didn't have, and which, people find to be hard to believe, but there are things that I can't wait for her to experience that she will have that I didn't, especially now with Ebony and Jet being part of our portfolio underneath our family business, that she's going to grow up in a different world than even what I did. So absolutely, having a child changes you in ways you don't even realize, but also I think it brings into perspective why I do what I do. And that, again, it's not about me. It's trying to service other, and hopefully the things I do will propel her for the opportunities she will be able to do for our family and for the family that she creates one day.
No, that's great. That's great. Eden, when I first started investing in real estate the way that I do now, and that's kind of really helped me to acquire my net worth, I remember after I got my first house, then I got my second one and third one. And, I was more comfortable than I had ever been in my life in terms of I wasn't stressing over paying my bills or anything like that. But I remember I thought, when am I going to be rich? And I had to really rethink how I define rich and wealthy, because I guess in my mind, I felt like being rich meant I was supposed to have $1 million in my back pocket at any moment, flying on private jets. But I've come to realize that wealth and success is more than what your bank account says. It's really more about being in a position where you can control your own destiny, where you can take care of your family. And if my kids are sick, hey, I don't have to check with anyone. I don't have to worry about losing any money. I go pick them up and they coming home, those types of things. How would you define wealth, and how do you define success?
Honestly, absolutely, of what you just said. The idea that your money, the idea that you're not having to live paycheck to paycheck, the idea that you're able to think of the long game. So many people, you see their decision making is just set up based upon what's really in front of them. And the idea of being able to make a decision that won't impact you at this very moment, but sets you in a position to work the long game. To me, that is wealth. Being able to position your family so that they will have opportunities to go and to experience. Was able to study abroad, and in certain schools you're able to go to certain extracurricular activities. All of that is based upon being able to financially set yourself so that your money works for you and you don't work for your money. Now, success is different. A lot of times we like to say, well, once I have X number of dollars in my bank account, I'm successful. To me, how I define success is making sure when I wake up, I'm able to look myself in the mirror. I'm able to feel that I'm giving it my all, because opportunities will come and go. The results of those opportunities a lot of times are out of even our hands. We like to say, if God planned for you to have it, then he will make sure you have it. And if it's not for you, he will make sure you don't have it. So for me, it's the idea that I'm successful based upon being able to feel that I live in my purpose that was given to me by the man upstairs, by God, and that each and every day, as long as I'm following along on what he deems I'm supposed to do, then I'm going to be successful in staying true to that, staying focused in on that. Then I will see success out of my wildest dreams. And my testimony is that, because at no point did I think that I was going to be in an ownership of Ebony and Jet. I thought the most I would ever be able to accomplish associated with those brands is either be a Jet Beauty of the Week, to have my wedding profiled, to being, maybe I would have my story told within the pages of Ebony. But again, the idea of living in purpose and not defining success by society, but making sure that your path is given from above, you will see blessings and success of your wildest dreams.
I love it. I put a little scripture on it. What profit the man to gain the world and lose his soul? It's all
Amen.
about,
Amen.
What's the point of having these resources and this money if you're in this life, and this life is going to end, and then you're going to have to be accountable to someone that gave you this life. So I love it. I love it. I've told the story before, and I'll tell it one more time. When my dad, he died in 2015 of cancer. And he went through about an 18-month battle, and he was a very strong-willed man. And he had a sedated MRI at 10 o'clock in the morning. And he decides he was going to go to that sedated MRI by himself. He went in, the doctor says, "Sir, we can't do a sedated MRI if you're here by yourself." He calls me. I'm at my office working, probably about 9:15. And he says, "Son, I need you." And I asked him what happened. He said, "Well, they can't do this procedure unless someone's here." 15, 20 minutes later, I was at his office, because my office is right near the Houston Medical Center. He got his procedure. I sat in the lobby, worked on my laptop, planning 2015 Texas Black Expo, took him home back to his hotel. He's from San Antonio, but he was here in Houston. I sat at his bedside in the lobby of his hotel, and when he got up, we went to dinner. And we began to talk about what success looked like and wealth and this, that, and the other. And I said, Dad, this to me is success. You called me at a moment's notice and you needed me, and I was able to be there for you. And guess what? I didn't have to check with anybody. No, my paycheck isn't being docked. I got all of my work accomplished. And for me, that's what success and that's what being wealthy is all about. And really, that's what's missing in the Black community. We got to be able to take charge and control our own destiny. So, well, it's been a joy, Eden. I will ask, the Black Money Tree is about wealth and wealth creation, wealth building. A lot of people may see Junior Bridgman, owner of Ebony, that's far off. I can't get there one day. But if you're just starting out, just graduated from college, maybe you've been graduated for a while, but you got a professional job but seem to be in that rat race, what are the 1 or 2 keys that you would suggest or advice that you would give that individual that's trying to create wealth so that they can be in charge of their own destiny?
First, you have to understand how money is made, and not the idea of the paycheck, but truly, how did the JP Morgan Chases of the world, how did these individuals who have amassed large amounts of money, how is money made, moved around, and handled? So I would say first you have to understand that the money market and all that goes into equity and ownership and things like that. Second, I would say is make sure not only do you need to understand the business, but you need to have a fundamental team behind you of smarter individuals than yourself. Because so many times people only saw the one individual, but no one climbed the mountaintop by themselves. And for my dad, it was a man named Paul Thompson, who's been one of his right-hand people. And with Paul being able, especially when my father first started out in the restaurant industry, Paul knew the business front end and back. He'd worked in that industry for a number of years. And my father's vision and what Paul bought into, their work ethic together is where that level of success was able to be accomplished. So yes, my father worked hard, but he's always surrounded himself with great people that could buy into his vision and then help him get to that next level. So again, no one climbs the mountaintop by themselves. There was always somebody along with them, and people need to find that person who's trustworthy and sees them as not a stepping stone to their own, but together they can accomplish. And I think if you are able to start up with those two things, then you'll see success.
I love it. I love it. The Black Money Tree. My team always tells me I'm too egghead, and I think I'm in a science class because I broke down this tree. And one of the parts of the tree are the limbs. They reach out, right? They provide the shade. They provide the comfort. And just like Paul provided that for your dad, I have a mentor here. When I bought my first house, I'm very strong-willed. I think I know everything. And my mentor realized I was in over my head. He's my cousin. He literally showed up every single day, helped me work with the contractors, kept them accountable, and showed me the ins and outs of building houses, the electrical, the plumbing, what to look out for. Now, I didn't even know that I needed the help at the time, but looking back, it would have been a tumultuous journey if I didn't have someone reaching out to me like the limbs of a tree, providing that shade, providing that comfort. And unfortunately, if you can't, it's like when you go on an airplane, they say if you got to put your mask on first. If you can't take care of yourself, then you can't help others. And my mentor is a very wealthy man, owns several houses. He's been there with me from day one. But once he got in a position where he was taken care of, now he was able to pass it along to me. And that's really what my goal and my desire is to do. And that's why we launched the Black Money Tree Wealth Development strategy. So now I did want to ask one more question. They sent me a whole bunch of information here. I see you guys are launching the Ebony Power 100, HBCU Campus Queen. I mean, y'all got a lot of things. I think they forgot. I didn't see anything about the Jet Beauty of the Week. So I'm wondering what's going on with the Jet Beauty of the Week.
Don't worry. That if there is one thing that our community or the world at large has asked me is when is the Jet Beauties of the Week come back?
All
And
right,
I have
all right.
actually met some of the former Jet Beauties of the Week. And it is a fascinating, tell to hear how and I've met women that were rejected. And that
Oh,
also is a
wow.
real fascinating tell on why they weren't chosen. But no, we will absolutely be bringing back Jet Beauties of the Week. And even like how you mentioned the HBCU Queen, which was a program that the Ebony brand has been a part of. But what we wanted to do was not only highlighting our beauty on the outside, but we partnered with Olay to make sure it's HBCU queens in STEM. We want to see the women who are going to be powerhouses in the STEM industry, and how do we recognize them and do something fun with them. So that's where you'll see Jet Beauty of the Week, but we don't want just the outside shown. We want to see what these beautiful women have on the inside as well.
No, no, I understand. When I was growing up, I would enjoy reading about their talents and
You
their
flipped to the Jet
education.
Beauty of the Week. It's okay. Everybody did. Then you might have gone back to the front. It's okay. Everybody did
Page
it. Everybody did
53,
it.
page 53.
Yep.
But no, this has been a wonderful conversation. Eden, thank you so much for allowing us this time to just learn from you, pick your brain. And I'm really excited about the things that you're doing in the community, the direction of Ebony and Jet. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the people about Ebony, Jet, yourself, or anything else you'd like to get out there?
No, I would tell people go to ebony.com, sign up for our newsletter, go to social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, follow the brands, and honestly, just besides the excitement, we need people to engage with us. We want to hear the stories. We want to champion what our community is doing, the beautiful, bold, Black, brilliant things that people are doing. How do we bring those into the forefront where your voice is heard and it's done by people that look like you? So truly, this was an honor to speak with you. I love what you guys are doing and honored that you wanted to speak with me today.
Well, thank you so much. And there you have it, Miss Eden Bridgman Skellner. All right, all right. Man, I am so excited. This is only the first season of the Black Money Tree, and Miss Eden Bridgman Skellner. I mean, the nuggets that she dropped was so powerful, folks. We got to start as a community, we got to start pooling and amassing wealth. And it has to be a directed effort. A lot of times when I speak at different conferences, I talk about the word motivation. And I break it down. The root of the word motivation is motive, and motive is defined as a compelling reason to act. So when you can't define why you're doing what you're doing, eventually you're going to stop. And the reality is, as a Black community, most of the times we're making decisions based upon our needs right here, right now, today. But we have to shift and change. We have to have a motive that's bigger than ourselves and right here, right now. We got to start looking out for our future, for the future of our community, if we're going to have power and if we're going to be able to make a change, and ultimately we're going to be able to transform our own destinies. So I hope you guys enjoyed that episode. Tune in every week, every other week. We're going to be here giving you more jewels. Make sure you follow us. Make sure you like us at the Black Money Tree. This was a great episode, and I'm really excited for things to come in the future. Thank you for tuning in.
Welcome back to the Black Money Tree Marathon. Now, before we go on to the next episode, I know you're ready for it and it's been a lot of great information. I did want to mention a couple things. If you want to have lifetime access to all of these episodes, I want to encourage you to get our Business Accelerator VIP package. With this, you'll get lifetime access to all these episodes, and I'm going to throw in a few other bonuses. We'll give you 4 of my books here. So you have my leadership book. This will teach you all about influential leadership through a system that I call Love Them and Lead Them. So it will help you be a better leader for your team. My entrepreneurship book is a book that I often tell people is the book I wish that I would have had when I started in business. It's a guide to building your business. Very easy to read, and it's telling my story, and it will help you to build your business. We also have our business planning action guide. This action guide has all kinds of activities that will help you to build a profitable business plan. And lastly is the new release, Closing the Wealth Gap, How to Build Wealth in Black Communities by Investing in Real Estate. All of these assets alone would retail for over $80, $90. You can get this total package today for only a fraction of that. Click on the link and register for our Business Accelerator VIP package. And if you're interested in really growing your wealth and would like a one-on-one coaching call with me, click on the link, apply, and we will reach out if you accept it in our coaching program. Until then, enjoy the rest of the next episode.
Thank you for tuning in to the Black Money Tree Podcast, hosted by entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist Jerome D. Love. We are committed to teaching you how to build wealth so that you can build your community. At the Black Money Tree, our goal is to empower wealth creation and create economic self-sufficiency in order to empower generations to come. Society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never enjoy. Season 1 is powered by Wells Fargo Bank. Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast.
Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast. I'm your host, Jerome D. Love, where we're empowering you to build wealth so you can build your community. You know, I overheard a conversation from a pastor once, and he said his parishioner asked him a question. He said, why is it that Jews are taught to remember, yet Black people are taught to forget? You know, he said he thought a minute, and his response was brilliant. He said, it really just depends on who's doing the teaching. You see, Jews at the end of the Holocaust, out of all the horrific things that they'd experienced, they maintained a value for their culture. They pulled together as a community. They pulled together their resources to build schools in order to grow their communities and protect their communities. African Americans, on the other hand, many of which were former slaves, from the day they stepped on American soil, were taught to hate their culture. They were taught to uphold the dominant culture that was the ones that was oppressing them. We were shut out of the economic system. So after slavery, we didn't have the resources, by and large. Most Black people didn't have the resources to build their own communities, to build their own schools. And as a tactic of survival, a lot of African Americans even began to buy into the notion of integration, believing that if they disassociated from their own heritage, their own culture, and became more like the dominant culture, that would be a way for protecting and building the community. But think about it. Why would someone that benefits from your oppression financially help you out of that oppression? You see, the Black Money Tree is about helping you to build wealth, but it's not just so you can have things. It's so that you can protect and provide for your family and ultimately build the community at large. So today, in order to help facilitate this conversation, I'm really excited about our guest, Mr. Rushion McDonald. He's an expert in the area of wealth building and entrepreneurship. He is behind many of the Hollywood A-list celebrities and worked closely with them, from Kevin Hart to Monique to, just so many others. He's the architect behind Steve Harvey's media empire, worked with him on his television show, his radio show, producing his book. He's a 2-time Emmy Award winner, 3-time NAACP Image Award winner, and he hails from right here in Houston, Texas. Welcome to the Black Money Tree Podcast, Rushion.
Oh, welcome. I'm straight out of Fifth Ward, Texas. I'm proud to say I was born and raised in Fifth Ward. Then I went over to the northeast side of the city. I went to Forest Brook, graduate of the University of Houston, which is in Third Ward, Texas. So I'm happy to be on your show. Thank you for inviting me, Jerome.
Oh, no problem. It's an honor to have you. So let's talk about it. You grew up in Fifth Ward. Fifth Ward is far from River Oaks. For those of you who don't know River Oaks, think of Beverly Hills, but in Houston, So tell me, how was it growing up in terms of what were you taught about money? What did you experience that helped to shape your perspectives on life and wealth building? But what were you taught about money in Fifth Ward, Texas?
I think that in any, because that's the inner city. In the inner city, there is no conversation about wealth building. There's no conversation about, the conversation is jokingly the 1st and the 15th, living check to check, the 30-day cycle. And so there's no conversation about wealth building. There's no conversation about how you save money or how much you should save per month. It's how much everybody's in survival mode. And because when you're in that survival mode, there's no time to think about the future. It's the present, is now. And that's really the problem that really any minority community suffers that same problem. The current value system is saying not what I can eat or save 6 months from now, but what I can eat right now and forget saving.
Now, you have built tremendous wealth and you have helped so many other people to build wealth as well.
Right.
But you didn't come from that mindset, that you weren't taught that. How did you begin to learn about wealth? What situations shifted your thinking and your experiences that kind of led you to where you are right now?
Well, for some reason, I'm gonna tell you, Jerome, I was always aware of credit. I was always aware. When I was 16 years old, I was aware of credit. I was aware of protecting my credit. I knew that if you're gonna get somewhere in life, it had to start with your reputation. And your reputation, only reputation I could build at the time was my credit. So I held on to that, and that is what's been my saving grace. Even about right now, my credit rating right now is like 820, and it's because of the fact that I so respect the process of maintaining credit and maintaining the ability to get credit, more credit, and pay your bills. But one trick I've learned about maintaining good, strong credit scores is making that monthly minimum payment. If you got credit cards, always put it on auto pay. And always put it on auto pay for the minimum. That way you would never miss. If you never miss, that means that you'll constantly get good scores and your score would actually start to rise. And a lot of people don't know that. They constantly want to just pay that what that bill is or try to pay it off. The goal is not to pay it off. The goal is to make that monthly minimum payment. And when you're in a position to pay it off, then you make the payment. And also the other goal is never to miss a payment.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. I think that's really good. I think that's sound advice. But in order to put something on auto pay, you have to automatically know that there's going to be some money in that account. And I think a lot of people are kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul. So they don't know when they're going to have the funds. So it's difficult to put that automatic payment in place. What would you say to those?
I'm going to stop you right now, Jerome. If you buy something and you can't afford to pay it, stop buying it. I'll just be real with you. Stop buying it. And if you're buying it on minimum, if you can't afford to pay the minimum, then we have a bigger problem along the way. Now, I understand the last 2 years with the pandemic, it put us all running to the exit because we did not see this country shutting down for 2 months. And then we did not see the recovery being so slow, especially with businesses being restricted or opening back up. Now we're basically a country that's wide open, but now we're trying to recover, recoup mode. But I don't allow people to come to me with the excuse that they can't make minimum payments when they've made that same minimum purchase. You have to understand there's a future tied to the opportunity. If you don't foresee the opportunity, it's like getting in a car and you don't have any gas in it. It's not going to go anywhere. So you have to set aside money to make that car go to the next destination. I remember when I was doing stand-up comedy on the road, Jerome, because I left IBM at 86 to do stand-up comedy. And I would take comedy dates, not so much because they were paying me a lot of money. I was taking a comedy date because it gave me gas money to get to the next date. So that philosophy is in my head. It's not trying to get paid, it's sustaining the lifestyle that you're trying to maintain. And see, what most people do, they exceed that lifestyle. So what if I say to myself, I'm not going to take that $75 that's in between that $1,000 gig that I had? Well, guess what? That means that I'd have got to that $1,000 and the money that I would have made along the way will no longer be there. And what happens with most people, they have bad standards. They have bad standards in living. They have bad standards in purchasing. So when it comes to pay the price of that living that you created, they don't have the income.
You know, what I hear in that, Rushion, is you cannot minimize any amount of money. And not only money that you're bringing in, but money that you're spending. And what do I mean by that? People have laughed at me for driving the same car for over 12 years and when I could afford and get another one. But in my mind, I don't want to pay any money to get a new car. People laughed at me when I started the Texas Black Expo and I'm hanging out with congressmen and senators and multimillionaires and I'm staying in the hood, you know. And they're like, Jerome, why don't you get something else, you know? But I knew that my vision was to build a successful business. And I know that as an entrepreneur, sometimes you got money, sometimes you don't. So I didn't know when those times was coming. So my strategy was always to keep my expenses as low as possible. Because I never knew when I was going to hit those dips. So you mentioned something else I want to delve into. So you went to U of H and you started out at IBM. Now, so you obviously, I guess you were probably taught, like my dad told me, get your education, get a good job. So I went to college thinking I was going to get a good job. So you went to IBM and then you got to become an entrepreneur. Let's talk about how you got from U of H to IBM and then ultimately from IBM to going out on your own.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. Know this about me. I'm a dreamer. I'm a guy who came from the hood. Sisters, 2 brothers. My father had a 3rd grade education. I lived in a 2-bedroom shotgun house when I lived in Fifth Ward. If you know about a shotgun house, open the front door, open the back door. You can shoot a shotgun through the house. No bullets hit anything. They go out the back door. That's what the term of a shotgun house means. That's where I was born. So I know that side of life. And so as I was coming through life and started understanding, I grew up on the northeast side of town. I didn't grow up with, every time I got on the bus, it was black people. When I got off the bus, I saw black people. So when I got back on the bus, I went to more black people. It wasn't until I went to college that I saw white people. And my roommate was a white surfer. His name was Leon Jung. I know him for the long hair. He was my roommate. And then my first job when I left college, when I was in college, was I worked in a Jewish deli. So I was being educated with a lot of new variables that were not available to me when I grew up in the hood. When I went to an all-black middle school, when I went to an all-black high school, they didn't tell me I could possibly be an entertainer because that wasn't in my mindset. All they told me was go to college. I went to college. It took me 7 years to graduate. I got my degree in mathematics. I got my minor in sociology. And guess what? I got me a great job at IBM. But along the way, I realized that was not my future. That was not going to make me happy. And this is the crossing the road that so many people hit nowadays, Jerome. What do I do with my life? Do I marry this person or I don't marry this person? Do I have children or I don't have children? Do I move state or join the military? So many decisions are made by people that they don't make a decision. Well, I wanted to pursue a career in entertainment. Of course, a lot of people thought I was crazy. They said, hey, you're not Eddie Murphy. You're not Richard Pryor. How are you going to be a stand-up comedian? Well, guess, quite frankly, I couldn't tell them that. All I knew is that this is what I wanted to do. That's the key right there. This is what I wanted to do. I went to college because my teachers told me to go to college. I went to college. I went to IBM because everybody told me that's where I should have went. That was a great job opportunity. You live in the right life, had a condo, all those things. But guess what? Every time I went home, I wasn't happy. I wasn't satisfied. I wasn't suicidal, don't get me wrong. I just wasn't happy. And so what made me happy when I started making decisions that I wanted to make. And when I made those decisions I wanted to make, I started getting pushback from people who didn't understand my dreams. And so when you're dealing in that lane, just like you talked about when you started the expo, it was a lot of people looked at you like, You lost your mind. How are you going to make money? Sometimes, Jerome, you can't tell people how you're going to make money. This is not an 8 to 5 or a 9 to 5 or a 40-hour week job. This is a dream. When you're living your dream, it cannot be explained to the everyday person. They have to just sit back, and when you need their support, they should be there to give it.
You know, I think I had a similar story. I came out of college. I was working at a rental car company, and I was making good money, you know.
Yes.
And I remember thinking, because I worked literally from about 7 in the morning, 7 at night, was so tired, went to bed about 9:30, 10, wake up, do it over and over and over and over again every day. And I remember thinking, everybody was saying, oh, Jerome got his good job. And I remember thinking, like, man, if this is a good job, I don't know what a bad one is. And I thought, what's the point of having money? What's the point of being able to afford a big house if you never have any time to spend in it, you know? So that kind of shifted my mindset where I said I wanted to become an entrepreneur. I didn't know anything about entrepreneurship except for I didn't want to be working at this rental car company. So I just stepped out and pushed and strived. And then, you know, we got to where we are today. So let's talk about your entrance into Hollywood. How is it that you got into the entertainment business? And talk a little bit about some of the projects you've worked on in the past. And just I want people to know really who we got here talking to us right now. So talk to
well, the entertainment industry is not built for Black people, women, age, people who are over 50, over 60. It's one of the most, it's an industry that's out there for the young. If you're young, you have an opportunity to survive in an industry. As you get older, you better have a career. Well, I was able to come in as a stand-up comedian. Steve Harvey gave me my first break as a writer on his ABC sitcom, Me and the Boys. And from there, I went to Robert Townsend's sitcom, Parenthood. And I always tell Robert Townsend this day, every time I see him, I said, man, without you, I would not have had a career, because Steve Harvey gave me my first break on ABC, Me and the Boys, but it got canceled, even though it was ranked number 21 in the ratings. It got canceled. And so I had no job. And so Robert Townsend heard about my talents, and he hired me. Because he hired me, that enabled me to stay as a writer on TV for 2 more additional years. And I took that opportunity, got a phone call from Arsenio Hall. Arsenio Hall told me, hey, come write on my sitcom. I wrote on that sitcom. Then I went over to Sister Tia and Tamara Mara, who are still good friends of mine today. Wrote on that sitcom for 2 years. Then I went over to Jamie Foxx, wrote and produced his sitcom. And then I went over to Monique's sitcom, The Parker. So when I look at Netflix, I look at television, sometimes my name is all over Black sitcom in a positive way, because I like to believe that the sitcoms that I wrote on were all uplifting, were all positive for young Black people to look at, especially Sister, one of my favorites. Even when you look at the Monique series, it was a show about Black women who were full-figured, who felt good about themselves, who felt they were beautiful and flaunted it. And that's why that was an important part of that. When I did the Jamie Foxx series, it's about a young Black man. I took him out of the hotel and put him in a work environment, a single Black man living in a corporate environment. All these things were very key when I was writing my shows or being a part of these shows to show a positive lifestyle for African Americans on TV. And it was always amazing that they came back every week. And now when I look back on that part of my life, I'm equally excited, because I go, wow, that was a part of my life. But the bigger explosion of my life occurred with Steve Harvey when I started managing him in 2000. Some of his historical moments, history-making moments that we did was in of course, he's the contract that did the contract for Family Feud. When Family Feud was dead in the ratings, we resurrected it, and now it's the #1 show, game show on television is Family Feud in syndication. I also did the book Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man, that sold 3 million copies and was translated to 30 different languages. That was me. I marketed and branded that book worldwide, which in turn became 2 best-selling #1 box office hits for Will Packer, who we now know is going to be producing the Oscars next year. My man, Will Packer. I'll be seeing him. In fact, I'll be going down there with Stephen A. Smith October 29th. We'll be doing his FAMU celebration, where he has built an amphitheater for his HBCU alums, and FAMU and Grambling will be playing. And so my life, right now, I'm doing a tour Just wrapped it up for the HBCU College Day Tour in September, where I went to Alabama State. I went to Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and I went to Clark, Atlanta, where we brought military recruiters, corporate recruiters, and HBCU recruiters. My whole life, Jerome, is about uplifting Black people and showing Black people that they can make a difference. That's my life.
Okay, now let's focus back and get back to our core, which is wealth. We believe at the Black Money Tree that money is power. And if Black people are going to control their own destiny, they got to have money and wealth. You work with Steve Harvey, you work with Kevin Hart, you work with Jamie Foxx. Tell me some of the common threads of wealth, the wealthy people that you work with, that, let me say this too, that can be applicable to your average person. Because most people are going to say, he's Kevin Hart, I'm not Kevin Hart, I can't make money like Kevin Hart. But you don't have to be struggling to pay your bills every month. What are some of the principles that people can take from a Kevin Hart, a Stephen A. Smith, or Steve Harvey that they can apply in their everyday lives?
One thing I'm going to tell you right out, they're all hard workers. These people understand that 40 hours a week is not enough to be successful. That's the number one thing. But I want to give some people some, what I call my 5 tenets on improving yourself to victory. One, you have to identify your strengths. What are those strengths? Like, if you can't sing, stop singing. If you can't dance, stop dancing. If you're a person who does time management very well, if you know what your strength is and focus on that. My strength is, in the end, is marketing and branding management. Okay. Yes, I'm a talented comedian. Yes, I was an excellent sitcom writer. But in the end, my strength is marketing and branding. Identify where you could use some improvement. See, what a lot of people don't want to admit that they have faults. And I tell everybody, I wake up every day dumb. And I say that basically telling people it allows for me to be receptive to new information. And then all of a sudden, consider the benefits of changing. How many people you know that won't change? You hear they use the word hard-headed. Don't see an opportunity. I'm not going to change. Especially people in the restaurant business when it comes to customer service. This the amount of portion I'm going to put on a plate. Or my hours are going to be this and I'm not going to change. Or I'm going to close on Sunday when Sunday might be your busiest day. So consider the benefits of change. And then also, number 4 will be set specific goals. Like, for instance, my specific goal is Monday through Friday, I wake up 4:30 a.m. That's when I get up. If I get up at 6, it doesn't work for me. But whatever time you decide to get up at that same time all the time. That way you have a consistent measure of what you're trying to do and your goals can be put in place, which leads to my 5th goal in improving your way to victory is being consistent. Being consistent with identifying your strength. Being consistent in showing and considering improvement. Being consistent based on the benefits of change, and being consistent by setting specific goals. When you develop those lanes of consistency, which are really simple and some of them are common sense, then you'll be victorious in generating wealth that will be different than the wealth you're living in now, because now you understand time management, you understand respect for others as well as your time. And guess what? When somebody tells you there's change, you don't consider it a criticism. You see it as an opportunity to be better.
So let's go back. I teed the episode up and we talked about money, power, and the ability to effectuate change. Now, when we met, we were in the middle of a crisis here in Houston, Hurricane Harvey. And Texas Black Expo, just like every other business in Houston, was shut down, didn't know what we were going to do. And I knew, based upon past experience, a lot of times a lot of these federal funds come down and it doesn't seem to trickle down to the African American and Black communities. So I said, what can I do to make a change? And we started an emergency relief fund. And of course, our common good friend, Miss Jaylene Mack, she connected us. And you were immediately like, I'm on board. I want to be a support. Not only did you say you want to be a support, a couple of days later, a pretty sizable check appeared. Then you helped to reach out to some of your other contacts that raise money. So my point in that is, while we we talked about something needs to be done. We knew something needed to be done. You and I were in a position to actually do something. And that's why we encourage people, Black people, to begin to manage their money and to build wealth. Because when you have wealth, then you have power. You can make a change. So talk a little bit about the necessity of wealth building and how it can build protection for the Black community.
I'm gonna tell you something. It all starts with education. And academic play an important role on who I am and who is successful in this company. And I'm going to tell you this, quite frankly, academics doesn't mean you have to get a college degree, but academics means you have to understand how you can hold on to your money, expand your money, and be able to delegate your money. And that's one of the reasons, because I'm going to make a little shift here, is why I'm really talking and promoting HBCUs now, because of the fact that the academic success that comes out of HBCUs. Because a lot of people don't know, 80% of the Black doctors and dentists come out of HBCUs. 27% of the STEM graduates who are Black come out of HBCUs. 50% of the public school teachers come from HBCUs. 40% of the Black members of Congress come from HBCUs. These are numbers that the people don't understand. North Carolina A&T graduate more Black engineers than any other HBCU or predominantly white college. So it goes back to academics. It goes back to learning, because I don't care how much money you have. Drug dealers have all the money in the world, but what they forget in the whole academic process, how can I spend it? What bank can I put it in? What can I do with it? So they will sit in the house with a ton of money they can't take nowhere. So that goes back to the academics, being smart, knowing your strengths, knowing the variables, knowing the lifetime of opportunity. So when you look at me or I look at you, we've sat down here through academics. We've been blessed because we have a degree. I always tell people one thing about my degree. I don't care how bad my life gets, you can't take my degree off the wall. You cannot repo my degree. That's why it's so important to me, and that's why I brag about it, because that's something you can't take away. And I always tell people in life, position yourself so things that you have of value cannot be taken away from you. Cars can be repoed, homes can be repoed. Pride should not be repoed. It should be something you should hold on to. Academics should not be repoed because it's something that you learn. So if you take all this education, all this ability, this willpower, then you can create change and be motivated to be successful. That's the bottom line, Jerome.
No, I love it. That's great. That's great. So before we close out, let's talk a little bit about money-making conversations. You have a radio show. You've done it for many years, and you've had everybody from TD Jakes to Will Packard to, I can't name them all.
Tyler Perry, Nick Cannon.
Yeah.
Well, first of all,
so talk a little bit about money-making conversations, the mission of it, where we can listen, tune in, all that good stuff.
Definitely a platform that you can Google. Just Google Money Making Conversation or Google my name, Rushion McDonald. First of all, I want to thank you, your viewers, your listeners, for listening to what I have to say, because what I have to say is free, just like my podcast is free. And I have a clear understanding that when I die, the information I have hopefully will be shared. It will continue to be shared based on people I've influenced over the years, and they will share with people and influence them. But Money Making Conversation is a platform where I ask people to stop reading other people's success stories and start writing their own. I ask people, if you have a gift or a passion, then start leading with that gift. I also tell people, if you have a dream, don't let your age, friends, family, or coworkers stop you from living or planning your dream. And when I present that platform to them, my secret and the people I interview them is to talk to them. And as you listen to their interview, you realize they just like you. They have the same aspirations. That's why I hate racism, because racism is really a denial of opportunity. Because any person of color, any person of Black, we just want the same lifestyle, the same opportunities that a white person have. We don't want to live in a crime-infested community. We don't want to go to jail. We want a lifestyle for our children to be better than ours. We will pay taxes if you give us a job and position us to pay taxes. But racism steps in because racism is like Dr. Martin Luther King said, it's the drum major, the will to be out front, the need to be out front, the need to be first. Well, guess what? We all can be first if we understand the value of academics. We all can be first if we understand the value of what we can do by listening to other people who are successful. And that is the core of what Money Making Conversation is. Listening to successful people sharing their secrets to their success.
When there you have it, Mr. Rushion McDonald. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was a wonderful interview. We look forward to having you back. Best of luck and success with all that you're doing.
I appreciate it. I'm based in Atlanta, Georgia. Ever come to Atlanta, Georgia, just holler at your boy.
Yes, sir. Wow, what an amazing conversation with Mr. Rushion McDonald. There's so many nuggets to that. But one of the biggest things that I took from what he said, especially at the end, is you can always learn from someone else. I know that in my life, what has helped me to grow and develop my network is the mentors, the people that's around me, and you can always learn from other people. I hope you took some nuggets away that's going to help you to build your wealth so you can control your own destiny. Tune in every second and fourth Thursday to the Black Money Tree podcast, and make sure you follow us on iTunes, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Facebook, and tune in next time for more with the Black Money Tree podcast. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Black Money Tree podcast. Don't forget to like and share this video. And if you want more content like this, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. We'll see you next time. Wow, I know it's been an amazing day with all the great information from Ron DeVoe, Dr. Glenda Glover, Rushion McDonald. I know that you thoroughly enjoyed it, and I want to thank you so much for registering, and thank you so much for tuning in. Before we go, I did want to mention once again our Business Accelerator VIP package. Make sure you take advantage of that. With that, you can get lifetime access to all of these sessions, and I'm going to give you 4 of my books. First, you'll get my leadership book. Then you'll get my entrepreneurship book. And then I'm really excited about my new release under the Black Money Tree brand, which is Closing the Wealth Gap: How to Build Wealth in the Black Community by Investing in Real Estate. This is the book that's going to show you how I built my real estate portfolio and how you can build yours as well. I'll teach you how to write your lease, how to deal with contractors, how to prospect properties, and much, much more. And then, of course, our Business Planning Action Guide, which is a workbook that's going to help you to build a profitable business plan. Now, if you like one-on-one coaching, make sure you click the link and apply. And if you're selected, someone from my team will reach out, and we look forward to working with you. And thank you so much for joining us on our journey to give the gift of wealth to the Black community. Until next time, stay tuned, and make sure you tune in to our IG, Facebook, YouTube, subscribe, like, share, follow, and go to the blackmoneytree.com. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to the Black Money Tree Masterclass. I'm your host, Jerome D. Love, and I'm super excited about today's class because real estate, which is what we're going to be talking about, is what I believe is fundamental and foundational to you building wealth. I know it has helped me, and I'm going to share with you many of the things that I've learned along my way to help you build your wealth.
I believe personally that if we are, as a Black community, are going to build our own communities, it's going to be because we have the resources to do so. We can't be in a position where we're waiting for someone else to come and save us, right? I mean, when you look at any of the negative statistics that face the Black community, from health disparity, prison populations, high school dropouts, all of those negative statistics have one commonality, and that's money. So if we are going to become a strong, self-sustaining Black community, it's going to be because we have the wealth to build our own communities. And I believe real estate is fundamental in that. So what we're going to talk about today in our class is very simple. We're going to talk about the time value of money. I want to make sure you understand the time value of money. So this class isn't just going to be solely about real estate. The class is designed to help you to develop a money mentality. So we're going to talk about real estate, and I'm going to teach you a whole lot about real estate. But prior to that, I want to give you a foundation on just some basic financial literacy type terms, concepts. And also I want you to do some soul searching. So the foundation of any business is you as an individual and a person. So if you're trying to build wealth, you're going to have to answer the question why you're doing what you're doing. So I want to help you really dig deep so that we can build a strong foundation. We're also going to learn how to calculate return on investment. We already talked about, we're going to define your why, what it is and why you're doing it. And then also we want to break down the 3 M's of wealth creation. That's something that I've coined that I really think it makes wealth building very simple. So it's 3 basic fundamental steps to wealth building. So first off, let's start with why. One of my favorite rappers is a rapper by the name of KRS-One. And he once said something. He said, if you don't know the history of the author, then you don't know what you've read. My dad always said that there's more than one way to skin a cat. So a lot of this stuff that I'm going to share with you today, I know that there's a lot of other real estate investors out there and very successful people that may have a contrary opinion to the things that I'm going to share. But my strategy and the systems that I would develop, that I have developed, are based upon my situation, my circumstances, what I've gone through. So your situation, your circumstance may be a little bit different, and you have to do what fits you. So I'm going to start out by telling you a little bit about my past, where I've come from, because it will help you to understand my why I think the way I do, and why I do the things that I do, so you can assess it and determine whether or not it's a right fit for you. So I grew up in a place called Lake Providence, Louisiana. It was a small country town called Lake Providence, Louisiana. We farmed cotton and wheat. And in the mid to late 80s, there was a severe drought that hit the southern parts of the United States. As a result of the drought, the crops weren't producing. In order to get money generated, my dad decided he'd go back into the military full time. So over the course of the next 4 years, I ended up moving 5 times. We lived in Lake Providence, Louisiana. We moved to San Antonio, Texas. We moved to Redlands, California, just to move back to San Antonio, Texas, which is where my mom still lives today. Now, I was the youngest of 4 children, so I never really had anything. I always had hand-me-downs from my brothers. We didn't even have cable in my household until I got a job my sophomore year, and I paid for cable. So my parents never spent money on anything. So growing up, I thought that I was broke. So when I moved to San Antonio, it was a different environment than it was in the country. You know, everyone back then, it was cross colors. It was Carl Kanai. People had all of these things that I didn't have. We had a nice house. I never missed a meal or a bill. I was always safe. I never experienced what a lot of people experience that I've heard in lower income communities. I've never seen a repossession, never bounced a check, any of those types of things, but I never had any of the stuff that a lot of the cool kids had, you know. But we had a nice house. I had food on the table and things of that nature, but I have never had any of the stuff. So sophomore year, I got a job. My dad had taught me to work hard. My family, we're loves, you know, we were taught you work hard. So I got a job and I started working hard. I was working at SeaWorld. I was working 60, 70 hours a week. By the end of the summer, I had almost $2,000 saved up. And what did I do with it? I went and got all the stuff that I wanted. Now, I was a little bit older then, so Karl Kani and Cross Colors weren't in, but I bought a whole bunch of gold chains, necklaces, and earrings and things of that nature so that I could look like I was successful, so people would think I was somebody. And that's I think a lot of people within underserved communities, when you don't really have true wealth, you try to wear your wealth. You try to make people think you're something that you're not because you don't really have a lot of substantive things. There's a whole psychology that goes into it. I don't have time to get into that today, but ultimately that was what I was trying to do. So my dad, he gave me a strong foundation, but ultimately he really didn't teach me how to build wealth. My dad was a good man. He had lived on the farm all of his life. He had a strong work ethic. Wasn't necessarily very well educated, but he was a very smart, very wise man. My mom, she was very well educated. She had her master's degree and she was a teacher. So they gave me some fundamental foundational principles, but they didn't really teach me how to grow wealth. So the things that I'm going to share with you today is things that I kind of learned, trial and error by hard knocks. So the one thing, there were two basic things that my dad taught me about wealth. The first thing was, he said, Jerome, the key to having money is simple. He said, you got to spend less than you make. Now, that sounds very simple, very plain, but a lot of people don't have this foundational principle down. And while I don't think that spending less than you make is the key to building wealth, it is a key to being comfortable, being stable, and that's what my dad taught me. So at the Black Money Tree, we have our 3 steps to wealth development. Very simple. Wealth and wealth building is very simple. It's 3 steps. We call them the 3 M's. The 3 M's is to make, manage, and multiply. So if you are going to build wealth, the first thing you got to do, and I know it's very simple, make some money. How are you going to make your money? Maybe you're a teacher. Maybe you're a lawyer. Maybe you're a doctor. Maybe you make a lot of money. Maybe you make a little money, little bit of money. But the first thing you got to do is you got to make some money. Now, after you make that money, now you have to learn to manage the money. And that's what my dad was teaching me. Spend less than you make. So you have to manage your money in such a way where you spend less than you make, which will then give you a surplus. When you have a surplus, you save that money, but you don't just save it just to look at it in the bank account. You save it to invest it so that you can multiply your money. Make, manage, and multiply. You got to have a job. You have to have a way of making some money. Then you have to manage that money where you have a surplus. So you got to spend less than you make. And then with the extra, multiply it. And that's where investing in real estate comes in. So that was what my dad taught me. The first thing he taught me about money. The other thing that I'd like to share here, a lot of people talk about savings and they say savings is the key. And savings is very important. But you just got to understand that you're not going to build wealth by saving. Why? Let's talk about the value of $1 here. So you can see here, we have the average prices of certain commodities. Let's just look at a stamp. In 1990, a stamp was 25 cents. Today, a stamp is 50 cents. So let's just think about it. If I had $1 in 1990, how many stamps could I buy? 4 stamps, right? But if I had that same dollar today and I needed some stamps, how many can I buy? Only 2. That means that my money has effectively lost 50% of its value. And that's why saving isn't necessarily all that it's cracked up to be. Certainly you do need to have an emergency fund. You need to have access to some capital so you don't have to make rash decisions and do these high interest payday loans or all kinds of other things to compromise your well-being. But just understand that just having money in the bank just to look at it, that's not ultimately going to make you wealthy. You need to save your money so that you can invest your money. So you can take it out that bank account where you're just looking at it and it looks cute and put it somewhere where it's actually going to make you some money. So I hope that makes sense. And that's a concept they call time value of money. And that's just a fancy way of saying that money today is worth more than money tomorrow. So if I had $1,000 a day, it's worth more to me today than it is tomorrow or the next day, because we really don't know what's going to happen. Now, the second thing that my dad taught me about money and wealth building was that if you work hard and get a good education, that was the foundation of success. And that is partially true. But the flaw in that thought process is your work is tied directly to your time. And I heard someone say it, and I'll put it this way: your time is your life. So you exchange a certain amount of hours of your life for a certain amount of pay. They tell you you're worth $10 an hour, $20 an hour, $30, whatever the math is. But the problem with that is there is only so much time. So that means your income is effectively limited. Let's say if someone's paying you $100 an hour, right? You work 10 hours a day. That means you can make $1,000 a day. It's not a bad income, but your time is tied to your money is tied to your time. How much time can you put in? You can work more hours, and yeah, you'll make more money, but at some point you're gonna get sick. Some point you're gonna get tired. Some point you're gonna want to go on vacation, and when you go on vacation and you're not putting time into working, then your money stops, right? And I'll give you a little bit of scripture. I'm a Christian and I love the Bible, and I think it's just so much wisdom in that. The Bible says, I must work the work of the one who sent me while it is day, for night comes when no man can work. Now, we know that Jesus is talking about having a limited time to do ministry, but what I take from this that we can derive from this money management and why real estate investing is so important is that you can only work for a certain amount of time. There's going to get to a point where you're 60, 70. My dad worked really hard, but before he passed, he retired, and he just used to just sit around and relax, and he would tell me, boy, I ain't gonna do nothing unless I just have to. He wanted to relax. He worked 40, 50 years, worked his fingers to the bone, and now he wanted to relax. So there's going to come a point in your life where you're just older. You can't do the things that you once did. But when that time comes, if you have not invested your money and your money isn't making money, then your income and your lifestyle is going to have to change. I heard Shannon Sharpe on Undisputed. He was talking the other day. He said when he got in the league his first year, his financial planner said, well, where do you want to be 15 years from now? He says, well, I want to live the same quality of life 20 years from now that I'm living now. And his financial planner set him up a plan. That means there were certain adjustments that he had to make in his life and to his spending. So you got to understand there's going to be a time in a day where you can't work. And when that time comes, is your money going to be working for you? So now, taking all of that, I knew that I didn't want to work a corporate job like everyone else. So I decided that I wanted to start my own business, which I did in college. It was a clothing line called Gugog's, and Gugog's stood for Get Up, Get Out, and Get Something. So I started with 3 basic t-shirts. I expanded to hats, sweatshirts, and things was going very well for me, but I began to really get an education on business. I didn't know anything about money and business at the time, but I was just aggressive. I was very passionate. And the problem was, I would do trade shows and conventions, and I'm a member of Alpha Phi Alpha, so I would go to all the frat parties at A&M and U of H, and I would make $500, $800, $1,000 per event. But the problem was there was going to be an event next week, so I had to take some of that money to pay for that event, to buy more inventory, so I never had anything left. So as a result, I ended up doing a show which was called The Magic Show. The Magic Show is called the largest apparel show in the world, and it was a lot bigger than the smaller shows and little parties that I was doing in Texas. I was trying to walk before I was really crawling. So I went to Las Vegas and did the largest apparel show in the world. The total investment was about $16,000. You know, I didn't have that type of money, but I took out a loan to do that show, and I ended up in debt. And that led me to real estate. Honestly, I'd gotten my real estate license when I was in college, but after I was in hole with the clothing line, I had to do something to pay the real bills. So I started doing real estate full time, selling houses, and that's what helped me to get stabilized. 2003, I moved to Houston and I formed the Texas Black Expo. We built that business, and it's a wonderful platform right now. We're coming on our 20th year of service to the community. But the first few years, it was rough. At the end of the first year of Black Expo, I was in the hole by over $100,000. That whole second year, we had a decent show. We paid all of our bills for that year. But so that meant if I just paid the bills for that year, I was still $100,000 in debt. The year after that, I had to duck and dodge lawsuits because everybody that we owed money from the Black Expo from the first year, we told them, if you can give me to year 2, I'm going to pay you. So now at the end of year 2, and we didn't pay them, now we're having to go in and out of court and trying to survive. The end of year 3, we made some money and we were able to pay back all the debt from year 1. Now that sounds great. Year 3, we paid all our debt back, but the problem is, I didn't get paid. I didn't have any money. So it wasn't until 4 years into doing Black Expo that I actually began to receive some rewards and make a little money off of it. So all of that said, you remember we were talking about my why. That's my why. I began to understand how difficult it was to build a business, and I began to understand that I needed other money and income coming in because during this time and during this period, when I wasn't making any money, I was substitute teaching. At one point, I was delivering computers to kids in the underserved communities. And this is just another little tidbit about the power of real estate. One of the main reasons how I survived was when I moved to Houston in 2003 was I bought a house. It wasn't extravagant. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house in the hood, maybe 1,300 square feet. And I had 2 roommates. The mortgage was $861. I had 2 roommates that paid me $350 a piece. So that means my living expense was only $161 a month. So that's another reason why real estate is so powerful. You can use real estate to make money. So if my expenses were the normal expenses for a 27, 28-year-old out of college, I wouldn't have been able to survive. But because I strategically bought some real estate and was able to use my real estate to generate revenue, that's how I survived and made it to this day. So with all that said, my motive was stability, security, wealth, accumulation, and legacy. Wealth accumulation and legacy. So that's my why. So with that said, ultimately, it was really about having a stabilizing income, because with Black Expo and most of the businesses that I had, if you're an entrepreneur, you know how it is. Sometimes you got money, sometimes you don't. So what do you do in those times when you don't? If you're like most of us, we're struggling, we're hustling, we're trying to figure it out. But the problem that I found that stops many of us from succeeding and having a successful business is we don't have that foundation. Maslow has his hierarchy of needs. He says if you don't take care of your base level needs, which is physiological, safety, and belonging, you can never actualize. So actualization for me is kind of fulfilling your purpose, your destiny. So we can't make sound decisions to fulfill our destiny or our purpose when we're struggling with survival, and that's where most of us are. So for me, I thought that real estate could help me to have this passive income that would stabilize me and to ultimately help me be more successful. So that's my why, and that's why I invest in real estate. I invest in real estate from a long-term perspective, rental properties. So I'm gonna tell you why now. So why is real estate so important? We kind of touched on it a little bit. My dad always said that, boy, they ain't building no more land. So there's only a limited supply. And we know the principles of supply and demand, right? The less the supply, the greater the demand, the greater the value. So when you look at real estate, there's a limited supply. So that means the demand is going to remain stable. The value is going to remain stable. So it minimizes your risk. I don't believe in gambling, folks. I mean, if you're going to invest in real estate or invest in anything, you want the lowest risk and the highest return. And for me, nothing beats real estate. So now let's look at a sample property. This was actually the first property I bought. You can see the house. It's a decent looking house. Looks like a solid structure. This is the interior. You can see it needed a little bit of work. I remodeled this house, and you can see what it looks like afterwards. Not much to look at, but it was a sound investment. So now let's look at the actual numbers. the house was purchased. I bought purchased at the tax auction for $10,100. The rehab cost was an estimated $26,000. So the total investment to get this house was $36,100. The rent was $900. So that means I made $10,800 a year off of the house. Now, assuming no taxes or insurance like that, I'm just doing simple math. You can calculate this, and the return on that property would be 29.9% as an annual return. So now, pause 1 second. If I had $36,100 and I saved it, I put it in my bank account, how much would I have at the end of the year? Virtually nothing, right? So for me, that's why real estate is so powerful. I tell everybody, every house that I own is a bank account, and I just deposit my money in it, and it pays me on a monthly basis. So that's the way you got to look at real estate, but also that will help you to evaluate anything you choose to invest in and when comparing it to real estate. So that's a 29% return on my investment. So now how do you calculate return on investment? For those of you who don't know, you just take the total profit, that's the $10,800, you divide it by the amount of money that was put in, $36,100, and that gives you your return on investment. So that's the way I look at investing. Now, some people may say, well, you can invest in Bitcoin, you can invest. I had a guy who was an insurance agent. He called me to sell his house, and he'd owned it for several years, and he had no equity in it. And I was like, what is going on? And what he told me was he invested in insurance. So he was making interest-only payments on his mortgage, and he would take what he was going to pay for his principal and interest, and he would buy insurance policies. Now, I don't know everything about that, but that was what he invested in. But if you decide, different people are going to have different investments, but you can have a basis for evaluating the return. If you take your money out of this house and put it in an life insurance policy, what's the return that's going to give you? So it gives you a basis for comparing the two. Now, there are two keys to making money in real estate. The first one is, there are several keys, but I'm just going to give you two right now. The first two is you make money when you buy. And the second one is you have to have vision. Now, this is going to lead us into that whole question and notion of flipping versus renting. Most times when I tell people I invest in real estate, they say, oh, you flip houses. And I tell people, no. Why? Remember my motive. My motive wasn't to just make a lot of money so I can put it in a bank account so I can see it. It was to create cash flow because I'm an entrepreneur. Sometimes I got money, sometimes I don't. I'm trying to get out the rat race. So you make your money when you buy. So let me give you an example. Here's a house that I bought. Looks pretty decent, right? Not, solid structure. You got some broken windows. Doesn't look very expensive. They had this house at the auction for $28,000. I was so excited. I estimated I would spend $15,000 to $20,000 to fix it up. So I'm looking at being in a little bit under $50,000, and I'm thinking I could rent it for $1,000 a month. Well, this is what it looked like before the auction, and this is what it looked like after the auction. So the auction is the first Tuesday of every month. I went by and looked at the properties on the weekend, that Saturday, Sunday. Well, apparently someone set the house on fire Sunday night, so it burned. So now I bought the house at $28,000, and whereas I thought I would spend $15,000 to $20,000 to fix it up, now I'm looking at closer to $40,000 to $50,000 to fix it up. So think about that. With long-term rental properties, whereas I anticipated or I projected I will make my money back within 3 years, then now I have to make my money back in 4 to 5 years. You can't really lose in real estate in terms of long-term rentals. But if I was going to flip that property, let's say I was anticipating being in for $50,000 and I thought the value was going to be $80,000, no taxes, insurance assuming, and I sold it for $80,000, I would put $30,000 in my pocket. But now in this scenario, I buy it for $50,000, have to put $40,000 in it. Now I'm in it for $90,000, it's worth $80,000. I'm in the hole $10,000. So that's why I don't advocate for flipping. And that's also why I say you make your money when you buy. You have to buy at the right price Because when you sell it, I tell my sellers all the time, you don't determine the value of your property when you're selling. The buyer does. You can ask for whatever price you want, but if someone isn't willing to give it to you, you're not going to get that money. So just understand that. And that's why I say you make your money when you buy. The second one is you got to have vision. So let me give you a scenario. This is going to be an easy one. When I do seminars, sometimes people will take the contrarian approach, but you could probably figure this one out pretty easy. So which of these houses would you rather have? House A or house B? Stark difference, right? Well, the real answer is you can't just answer that question from me just asking like that. A good real estate investor is like a detective. He's a problem solver, right? He's looking for clues. They go beneath the surface and they understand that determining a good investment really is about the numbers. You can't just look at something on the surface to determine whether or not it's a good investment. So let's look at these properties and compare them. So house A, which we're going to call 1, 2, 3, 4 bad investment, versus 5, 6, 7, 8 great deal, which is house B. The first one was purchased for $320,000. Second one was purchased for $30,000. The monthly cost of the first one is $3,000. Monthly income of the second one is $900. The cash expense for the first one is $17,000. That's your down payment and all it takes to get the home. The cash investment for the second one is $30,000. That's what it costs to purchase the home and to rehab the home and get it up where it's making money. So now look at the comparison. The annual expense for the first one is $36,000. The second one is $10,800. So you tell me which one you would prefer. See, one looks real cute. Real life scenario, the first one was actually a client that bought the house to live in. His job moved him off to Arizona. So now he had a mortgage in Arizona and a mortgage here in Texas. And he was trying to liquidate both of them and he was trying to get rid of them. The other one is one that I helped a client to acquire. And now they're still making money off of it to this day. So let's go through a few myth versus truth. So we've already touched on this first one. And the first one is a myth that flipping is the key to making big money in real estate. Well, I believe that the truth is you'll make more money in long-term rentals than you will in flipping. I've already explained why. You're going to have some folk out there that believe in flipping. They say they don't want their money tied up. And based upon the situation they're in, maybe that's where they're at. But if you're like me and you need passive income, you need to know that your bills are paid on a monthly basis and you don't want to be in a rat race, I don't think that that's a sound strategy. But if you're a multimillionaire, you're a doctor, a lawyer, somebody that has $500,000, $2 million sitting in the bank somewhere and you can afford to just kind of flip and let your money work, maybe it works. But you got to understand, let's do a quick analysis. So let's use the same scenario that I gave you before. So let's say you put the same $36,000 into the house. The monthly rent is $900, annual income is $10,800. The property value at the time when this one was acquired was $55,000. That's equity of $18,900. So on the surface, if you flip it, you're gonna make $18,900. But the reality is that's not really what you're gonna make. So the truth about equity, when you sell that house, you're gonna have title fees, you're gonna have real estate fees, and you're gonna have taxes. So you're looking at about $12,750 that's gonna come out of that $18,000. So you're looking at an actual profit of $6,150. So I believe that if you leave that money invested in the property and let it cash flow on a monthly basis and an annual basis, you will make more money. Next myth is tenant will tear up your property. This may be true, but my perspective is, while it may be true, why do you care if you're making money? That's why you charge a deposit. You create systems that mitigate or minimize your damage. So yes, they may tear up your property. Yes, it may be annoying, and yes, it may be frustrating, but if you work it right, you'll still make money, and that property will pay for the repairs and any damage that the tenant does. Next one, you'll be overwhelmed with maintenance issues. My response, if you do it right, this won't be the case. Now, starting out, I used to place a Band-Aid over a lot of stuff because 1, I didn't have the know-how, 2, I didn't have the capital. But now what I do, when I get a property, I gut it, I tear it apart, I do all new electrical, all new plumbing, I run new drain lines. So when I'm done, I pretty much have a brand new house. So what does that mean? I don't have any maintenance issues. I typically only get calls when they're calling me to pick up a check. Now, once again, you have a lot of people that get in this business and their philosophy is to get in as cheap as possible and to do as little work as possible and get the cash flow. But I personally, I have several other businesses. I have a wife and 4 children. I like to travel, and I don't have time to have tenants calling me all the time and going out and fixing things. So I believe that if you invest more money on the front end, that you'll make more money on the back end. Now, once again, I know that there are other people that may have a different strategy, but this is what worked for me based upon my situation, my scenario. I'll say this too. Most of the properties that we've acquired in our portfolio, we have purchased cash early on. I'm now getting to the place where we're leveraging and working with banks and things of that nature. I believe that that's necessary to build a solid foundation. A lot of people are going to say you can't grow as quick and you can't leverage, which is true, but I have a solid foundation. So when the economy gets a little shaky, I don't have to worry about, I've done it both ways. I didn't even tell y'all, I bought my first house when I was 22. By the time I was 26, I had about 8. And by the time I was 29, I had about 5 foreclosures because I was doing it wrong. I was getting mortgages. I was getting 100% loans. I wasn't putting any money out of my pocket. And what happened? When the economy collapsed, I lose a tenant. Now I'm paying the mortgage on my rent house. I'm paying the mortgage on my own house. And now I got to spend money to fix it up. My pockets wasn't that long. I didn't have the resources. So then you start just putting people in your property just to stop bleeding. So now you start doing things that's going to compromise your overall wealth. That's what worked for me. Perhaps your situation is different, but I assure you, if you follow these steps, it will help you to build wealth. Now, the next thing that we'll talk about, the tenant won't pay your rent. This happens sometimes, but guess what? Most of the times they will pay your rent. I will say 50-60% of the properties that I manage and I work with, you have to file for some type of action or eviction for the tenant. But once again, that's why you get your deposit. But most of them are in the property for a minimum of a year, maybe 2 years. So you've already made your money off of the tenant. This is a business. This isn't about feelings. This isn't about emotions. It's about the bottom line. So just know that if you do it right, you'll still make money. Now, what are the benefits of this? This is what I really like. We believe at the Black Money Tree, if black people in a black community is going to pull themselves up and take care of and protect themselves, we got to have the resources to do so. So there's some community benefits. Your stability. When you're stable, use the example. When you get on the plane, if it go down, put on your mask, then help someone else. When you're stable, you can help yourself, then you can help others. Secondly, cash flow. For me, this has helped me to be more creative. Now that I have a stable cash flow that takes me out the rat race, I can try new things because I know that if it goes bad, I got food in the household. The lights is still on. You know, all of the basic necessity, that Maslow's hierarchy of need, my physiological, my safety and belonging, all of that's taken care of. So I can try to actualize on some things, try to expand on some things. I can take a little bit more risk, but also generational wealth and legacy. I'm able to mentor, train, and teach my kids, and I have actual assets that when I'm gone that they can have that's still gonna make them money. Also, more time for ministry. Now, I'm into the things of God in ministry. I don't know what you guys are into, but whatever your altruistic efforts or an outreach or building your community, having a stable income and being stable yourself will help you to be able to give back. And along with that, you'll have more monies to sow and give. Now, I have a couple pictures of my children. These are my children. They've been in my houses. They can put on doorknobs. They can do light fixtures. They can insulate houses. They can tell you the difference between ceiling joints, rafters, studs, how far the wind straps have to be apart. They know pretty much everything that I know in terms of real estate. They've done make-readies on my homes. So I've had an opportunity to mentor, train, and teach my children through real estate, and that's what's lacking in the black community. So here's how it works in a nutshell. First, you have to locate the property. Then you have to assess the numbers. What is it going to cost me to buy it? What is it going to cost me to fix it up? And what is it going to yield in rent? Work the numbers and determine if it's a good deal. Make your offer. Rehab the property. Screen for the tenants and start making money. That simple. Now, we're going to be releasing a book in October or November, somewhere around that time frame, where we're going to break down all of these steps so much more in detail. But that, in essence, is the step. Now, where do you find properties? First, you have the MLS. That's the multiple listing service. In most cities, like here in Houston, most consumers can go to har.com and they pretty much have the same access as a realtor. But the MLS is really a service that realtors have access to, and they can get you more detailed information. Tax auction. Most of the properties we have in our portfolio, and we teach clients how to work the tax auction. That's what we've done, but there are other ways to do it. Online auctions, auction.com, a lot of those type sources. We have never acquired any in our portfolio from that, but I'm sure it's a great source. And then personal marketing. Personal marketing is mailers, flyers, things of that nature. That can be very profitable. I've actually acquired a couple that way, but it also can be costly because doing a big mailer, 5,000-6,000 pieces, it could cost you a couple $1,000s, but it would certainly be worth it if you get a couple of homes. The mailer that we did, I actually picked up 2 homes off of it. And then lastly is networking. So networking is once you kind of get into some of these older, lower income communities, people begin to know you. They know what you do, they like your work, and they'll start to refer things to you. And then the plan of action. So the first thing, now, if you're gonna start down this path, you gotta assess your situation. Remember we talked about make, manage, multiply? How much money do you make? And then how are you managing it? If you make $5,000 a month, but you spend $5,100, you're in the hole. You gotta get that down. You gotta figure out how you can make $5,000 a month and spend $3,500. So you have an extra $1,500 surplus that you can save up so you'll have some extra to invest. Financial literacy. I gave you some of the basics here, but you gotta understand money. You gotta understand how it works. A savings plan, we just talked about that. If you're gonna invest in anything, you gotta first have something to invest. So you gotta save up a little money so that you can invest. And then also find yourself a mentor. That's what we're trying to do with the Black Money Tree. It's mentoring through a distance, but I'm sharing with you all of the experiences and the things that I've learned so they can help you have a leg up on your success. And then lastly, find a realtor. Now, I am a realtor, so I'm a little bit biased, but let me say this. You have to have a realtor that understands what you're trying to do. My current mentor, I remember he used to call me, and we had this discussion before I really understood investing. He would always say, Jerome, send me some properties. And I would send him a lot of properties that I thought was good deals. And he would always say, nope, nope, nope. And he would never buy anything. And I felt like he was just annoying. And I was like, you don't never want to buy nothing. But the reality is I didn't understand what he was looking for. So I couldn't provide him the right deals. So I was annoying him just as much as he was annoying me. And we laugh about it because now when I get all of these lists of these realtors call me and they say, oh, they got a hot deal. The reality is nobody can tell you if it's a good deal but you. You have to know your numbers. They don't know what your strategy is. They don't know what your methodology is. So while you can have a realtor, they can send you properties, they got to understand what you're trying to accomplish so they can help you to assess the deals and make sure it works properly. So just a quick recap. We already kind of talked about these. Time value of money. That means money today is worth more than money tomorrow. You got to get that in your head. You don't want your money just sitting in a bank account. You got to have your money sitting somewhere where it's making you money. Net worth versus savings. That kind of goes along the same line. A lot of times people look at wealth as how much money I got in my bank account. I don't really look at that. I'm never really very liquid at all. Liquid meaning just a whole bunch of cash. But you got to look at net worth. What are you worth? If you were to liquidate all your assets, what are you worth? So we got to move beyond just how much money I got in my bank account to what is my net worth. And then also understanding assets and liabilities. You have to understand assets put money in your pocket. Liabilities take money out of your pocket. So grab hold of your personal finances, live conservatively, create a budget, and establish a 9-month savings plan. That's the foundation that I suggest, specifically if you're an entrepreneur. If you have a real job, a regular job, and you have more money coming in, you could probably drop that down to 6. But why not have 9? It's better to have more than less. But understand that ultimately you're saving that money, you're establishing a reserve so you can invest it and make money. And lastly, just know this. If you are not rock solid and you have cracks in your foundation, any business that you attempt to build is gonna fail. So you got to understand that the foundation of your real estate business or any business that you have is you. So if you stressing and struggling and hustling and don't know how you're going to survive, that business isn't going to go very far. So you got to be stable if you're going to help yourself, if you're going to help your community, and if you're going to have a successful business. So that's our masterclass for the day. I will note again, we will have the book out, Closing the Wealth Gap, how to create and build streams of income and wealth through investing in real estate. This is, I butchered that title, it's Closing the Wealth Gap, but we have the subtitle basically is teaching you how to create streams of income and build wealth through real estate. You are watching this masterclass, so we already got your information, but make sure you follow us on Instagram, Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have our podcast that will be every second and fourth Thursday. Our goal at the Black Money Tree is to help you build wealth so you can then build your community. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you next time.
Wow, I know it's been an amazing day with all the great information from Ron DeVoe, Dr. Glenda Glover, Rashawn McDonald. I know that you thoroughly enjoyed it, and I want to thank you so much for registering and thank you so much for tuning in. Before we go, I did want to mention once again our Business Accelerator VIP package. Make sure you take advantage of that. With that, you can get lifetime access to all of these sessions, and I'm going to give you 4 of my books. First, you'll get my leadership book. Then you'll get my entrepreneurship book. And then I'm really excited about my new release under the Black Money Tree brand, which is Closing the Wealth Gap, How to Build Wealth in the Black Community by Investing in Real Estate. This is the book that's going to show you how I built my real estate portfolio and how you can build yours as well. I'll teach you how to write your lease, how to deal with contractors, how to prospect properties, and much, much more. And then, of course, our business planning action guide, which is a workbook that's going to help you to build a profitable business plan. Now, if you like one-on-one coaching, make sure you click the link and apply. And if you're selected, someone from my team will reach out, and we look forward to working with you. And thank you so much for joining us on our journey to give the gift of wealth to the Black community. Until next time, stay tuned and make sure you tune in to our IG, Facebook, YouTube, subscribe, like, share, follow, and go to theblackmoneytree.com. Thank you so much for tuning in.